Hi everyone, welcome to the SAEYLS Online Forum 2021. The purpose of this forum today is to give presentations on research categories through Zoom and have an online discussion with other participants. The participants will research on the theme related to their given category and present their results in the forum today. Other participants as well as our viewers will be able to ask questions during the Q&A session later on. Firstly, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kaylee and I'll be serving as your moderator for this forum. Before we welcome our first presenter, here's a short outline on what our topic today is about. Youth health and wellness concerns the mental and physical well-being of adolescents in this current age. With many advancements in the 21st century, health and wellness are oftentimes overlooked by society. And through this forum, we hope to raise as well as address the common mental and physical health issues faced by the youth of this generation. And without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to our first presenter, Chair Noor and Tai Dong, to give a presentation.
Hello, my name is Jung Nguyễn Thi Dung, and I'm from Lauren Esting School, Vietnam. Well, please allow me to share the presentation. It's gonna take a while. Wait. Okay, so let's start. Well, my topic is how parents affect children's mental health. In this presentation, we'll go through these. Go through three different main parts. Well, first, I'll talk about the different parenting styles. Two will be general reasons of poor mental health. And three is solution and suggestion. Okay. I'm sorry, I have a little tissue here. Okay, so let's move on to the first part. Well, I want to give you guys the number before entering the main parts. Well, in Vietnam, the prevalence of 10 common mental disorders in 2014 was 14.2% and 2.45% were depressive disorders. And the rate of suicide in 2015 was 5.87 per 100,000 population. The number even increased when exposed to worldwide. More than 264 million people having depression and about 800,000 people suicide every year. And suicide is the second leading cause of death in 15 to 29 years old. And one of the leading causes of suicide is depression. But one of the leading causes of depression is childhood trauma. And one of the most important opponents responsible for this are parents. And we also have another reason that children need to take care of their mental health because, well, mentally healthy children are more likely to have a positive quality of life because they are likely to function well at home, in school, and in their communities. And that's the purpose of my presentation. So yeah, I think that we should move on to the first main part. Number one, parenting styles. In general, we have 4 parenting styles, but I'll talk about it later. Well, different parenting styles lead to different children's mental health status and behaviors. And this is four types of parenting styles. One, the authoritarian. They'll have clear rules and they will have punishments when those rules aren't met. And they often sound like a my way or the highway type attitude. Without needed support, children may feel that they aren't good enough and may develop depression. But the children gotta be very disciplined. Two, the authoritative. They'll have clear standards and often respond to their child's needs in democratic ways. They're also open to communication. Children will have a solid foundation and a strong connection with their parents even when they grow up. But sometimes these parenting styles may not be effective to some children. Number three, permissive. They have low expectations and just full rules to follow. They often easygoing and they will avoid punishment and conflict even when the rules are broken. Children may be more impulsive and likely to seek risk. The risk of suffering with anxiety and depression also at stake. And they are the opposite with the authoritarian. Lastly, uninvolved, they invest little time on their children, and rules do not have a big role in how they raise their kids. They also don't enforce misbehaving. And children may struggle in future relationships due to fear of abandonment and withdrawal, but they will be very independent. With this being told, there still isn't any definitive right or wrong way to parent, but can provide general ideas about how much impact a parenting type has on child's growth path. Taking care of children can create challenges for parents, particularly if they lack of resources and supports, which can have negative effects on the mental health of parents. And this somewhat related to our next part. Number two, general reasons of poor mental health in children and caused by parents only. One, the parents' mental health. Poor mental health in parents leads to poor general health in children. According to the CDC, the American National Health Protection Agency, 1 per 14 children aged from 0 to 17 has a parent who reported poor mental health, more likely to have poor general health and to have a mental, emotional, or developmental disabilities. And both the parenting styles and parents' mental health affect the percentage of experienced ACEs of children. And what is ACE? Well, ACE is the abbreviation of adverse childhood experience. They are potentially traumatic situations that children may face. Well, things can be considered as ACEs include these ones. One, being a victim of violence, abuse, or neglect. Two, witnessing violence acts. And three, family member attempting or committing suicide. Four, substance abuse. Five, mental health problems. Six, having parents who are separated or divorced. Seven, a household member who is incarcerated. Do you know that 14% of people experience 2 or more ACEs according to a national survey of children's health? And that's a large number. The CDC also said that as many as 21 million cases of depression could have been potentially avoided by reducing ACEs. So it's very important to get rid of the ACEs. But how can we do it? The answer is in number three. Number three, solutions and suggestions to prevent and reduce the ACEs. And I just want to say that there are many ways to help prevent and reduce them, but the things that I wrote in here is like sum up a conclusion and the most important one. Okay, let's start. To prevent them, people should recognize challenges that family may face so that we can offer support and encourage to reduce stress and support community programs and policies that provide safe and healthy conditions for all children and families. Next, to help reduce them, people shall one, strengthen economic support to families, two, promote social norms, and protect against violence and adversity by preschool enrichment. Like government and citizens invest in kindergartens, changing educational terms and way flexibly so that books lesson can be up to date and more appropriate to what the head was is changing rapidly. Three, and we also can reduce corporal punishments, like having other way of administration the punishments. Instead of corporal punishments, people should go towards to community services and fine. Three, teaching. People may pay more attention to these topics. Social emotional learning, safe dating, healthy relationship skill programs, parenting skills, and family relationship approaches. And also, we should raise awareness of DACs. This topic for me should take place at school and also in different education campaigns for adults. For each age, there will be a specific level of a topic. For example, in parenting skills, a child should know at least what people should do when someone is joking, and an adult, maybe a parent or not, should know how to handle when a teenager is getting more stubborn. Lastly, intervene to lessen immediate and long-term harms. By enhanced primary care, victim-centered services like having more and lower the price, treatment to lessen the harms of the ACEs, treatment to prevent problem behavior in the future and future violence actions, and also family-centered treatment for substance use disorders. Well, these are places providing these services, but the price are mostly out of touch, and there are not many areas have these services, especially in Vietnam. I think that economic investment in these centers by private enterprises and also the government may help lower the price and thereby increase the number of people can access these services. So there will be more centers and more people will get help. And lastly, in conclusion, I just want to say that mental disorder is a big problem that we should focus on, and this needs everybody's actions. And one of the most significant way to reduce mental disorders is taking care of themselves, parents taking care of themselves. Because when they take care of their own mental health, they also taking care of their children's mental health. And I think that's all I want to say in this presentation. Thank you for listening. And I just hope that you guys will stay healthy, whether it's your mental health or your physical health. Safety first, guys. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tai Dong. And now we shall move on with our Q&A session. Does any of our participants here like to ask any questions for Tai Dong?
I would like to ask a question for Tai Dong. My question is, which style of parenting do you think inflict the most adverse childhood experience?
Well, for me, I think it's gonna be the uninvolved, because like for others parenting styles, children will know that their parents are existing and they know that at least their parents care about them. Like for the authoritative, children authoritarian, sorry. Well, children know that their parents are strict, but at least their parents trying to do something for them, and also others parenting style. But the uninvolved children don't cannot communicate to their parents, so they kind of feel sad and feel like they're abandoned. And I think that's the worst. Thank you for the question, by the way.
I have another question. With your proposed solutions, how do you think this will affect the children of the future?
Can you please repeat that one? I'm sorry, I did.
With your proposed solutions, how do you think this will affect the children of the future?
Well, I think that firstly, if more people can be helped and can get help, like more people can get help, maybe an adult, and if they have healthy mental health or healthy health, they'll help they'll help their children so that more children can get help, and also adults. And also about raising awareness, I think that children can, at least know what they should do, and they know that they always can get support from the communities and services. Yeah. Is there any question that you want to ask?
Thank you so much, Erica, for your questions. And does any other of our participants here have any questions for Tai Dong? All right, if we have no questions from our participants, let's proceed with the questions from our YouTube Live audience. So does any of our YouTube Live, we have a question here. And the question is, some parents tend to not take their child's mental health seriously when being reached out. Why do you think so?
Okay, thank you for reading the question for me, and thank you for the question too. Well, I think the reason for this is mostly parents just think that their child just being stubborn or just trying to act like they having problems so that they can like stay away from classes and things like that. And some person may just perceive their emotional as just a normal emotional, but not as a disorder symptoms or something like that. And I think one of the reason for that is maybe we didn't learn enough about the mental disorders at school, and the social media and things don't talk much about that. Then parents and adults may not hear much about that, so they sometimes don't know if they exist or not. But I think mostly they just think that we children are acting and things like that. Yeah, that's my personal opinion. I think that's the reason why. I'm not so sure about this.
Thank you, Tai Dong, for your answer. And do we have any more questions from our YouTube Live audience? Well, we have another question, and the question is, how do you think we can, thank you. How do you think we can destigmatize mental health among conservative and traditional parents?
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, I think that traditional parents often focus on let me think, on the newspaper and things like that, like on the TV. They often watch TV. And I think that if it can appear on the news, the newspaper or the news on TV, and they will start to pay attention more about the mental health. And one of the opinions to help they pay attention is us. Well, we are teenagers, so we can make it like more people will know about it. And if their large communities keep talking about the mental health and things like that, maybe the news will take a look at this and may post it on the news and talk about it so that parents can listen, and they may change their thoughts. Well, I think.
Thank you, Tai Dong, for answering our question. And do we have any other questions from the YouTube Live audience? All right, that's all from our YouTube Live audience. Thank you so much, Tai Dong, and for your presentation. Does any other of our participants here have any questions? All right, if there are no questions from our participants here, I will have a question that I would like to put forward to Tai Dong. So my question is, in Asian communities, we often have parents that think we are being influenced by our friends to act in a certain way when in fact we are facing mental health issues. How do you propose us to talk to our parents about this, as sometimes they might not be aware of it, or sometimes they might not know how to help us? So what is the best way to talk to them, because in the end, they're still our parents and we still need to talk to them about it. So my question is, how do you approach your parents about your mental health issues?
Thank you for your question. Well, yeah, definitely. Well, we all know that we cannot go and talk directly to them because like we're just kids and it's kind of hard. Well, I think that we can like call for support and help from our teachers or people in our school or in communities. Someone is like an adult, because I think that if an adult talk to our parents, uh, they will believe in them more than us, I think. So that I think that we can call for help and just tell that adult what is happening and tell what's my symptoms and things like that, because I think that will be effective. And I think that's the best way so far I can think of to talk to our parents.
All right, thank you so much, Tai Dong. And now let's welcome our next presenter. Let's give a warm welcome to Elsa Rania binti Haji Muhammad Hizam for her presentation.
Hi. Hi and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elsa, and I come from Sekolah Menengah Yayasan, which is in Brunei. Allow me to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My topic today is the impact of social media on our youth. Is it a safe space or leverage for harassment? It's an undeniable fact that the use of social media is widespread in this day and age. So first, let's ask ourselves, why do we use social media so much? How is it useful for our daily lives? Reason number one, we use social media to connect and interact with others. Social media was designed so that people can socialize and contact people they know online. So it's not surprising, of course, when people are using social media for one of its innate purposes. After all, it is called social media. Additionally, since the pandemic began in 2020 and governments have been enforcing lockdown and social distancing and all kinds of restrictions, the need for social media has only increased for this exact same purpose. To this day, there are many schools that are using, and schools and workplaces that are using social media to connect teachers and students and coworkers without putting anyone at risk. For example, online classes, like right now when we're using Zoom because we can't see each other in real life because of the COVID-19 situation. Not only that, the pandemic has further made social media necessary because people from all over the world have been separated from their loved ones and friends because of the current situation. So using social media helps them reconnect with their loved ones. Let's move on to reason number two, to express themselves and form new bonds. Firstly, it's undeniable that many teenagers feel safer expressing themselves online rather than in real life. But why? A possible reason is that they know or already experience stigma and backlash in their real life environments, and social media offers them a platform where they can be themselves without being judged as much or even gain support for being themselves. Secondly, there are an abundance of influencers with all kinds of content on social media. And people, especially young people who are very impressionable, tend to take inspiration from these influencers and look up to them and admire them. Lastly, there are thousands and thousands of people around the world that share the same experiences, identities, and interests. Social media simply makes it easier for these people to discover and reach each other, to join kindred spirits. This has really helped teenagers feel a sense of belonging and community when they're using social media. Now let's talk about reason number three, using social media as a resource for information and education. Of course, there's a plethora of information on the internet and social media that is only a click away. The majority of people refer to the internet to learn about things because it's much more convenient. It's so much easier than browsing through a book for hours on end. Not only that, there are people on social media that put out educational content such as gender equality, racial justice, and so on. I, for one, have learned a lot of things because of people who have spoken up about their experiences and struggles. In addition, a lot of news anchors and activists use social media to spread awareness about current situations. And all these things largely benefit the public because social media is a really easy way to pass information. Now, we know for a fact that we've been using social media a lot lately, but let's put a number on it. 72% of people who participated in a study stated that they had started using social media more during quarantine. From the start of last year to early this year, there have been 521 million new social media users. That's an annualized growth of 13.7%, which is about 16 and a half new users each second. As of 2021, there are 4.33 billion, which is more than half of the world's population, who use social media worldwide. And this last one is an alarming statistic. If you add all the time that humans spend on social media daily, it would be more than 10 billion hours, which is equal to nearly 1.2 million years of human existence. And again, this is just how much we use it in one day. So now let's focus on our youth. A study in 2019 showed that 90% of American adults aged 18 to 29 use social media. Another study shows that 90% of teenagers aged 13 to 17 also use social media, with 71% of them using more than one platform. Approximately 84% of teenagers have their own phones, so it's not surprising that almost all of them are on social media. Considering everything included in the previous slides, it's very clear that we use social media a lot, and for many good reasons. Social media, especially in these past 2 years, has only proved that it is necessary for our daily lives. We've basically come to a point where we wouldn't function properly as a society without it. Here, we investigate the positive effects that social media has on the youth. 25% of teenagers claim that social media makes them feel less lonely. 18% of teenagers say social media makes them feel better about themselves. And 16% say that social media makes them feel less depressed. So it's obvious that to a lot of young people, social media is a safe space, an exit from reality where you can easily forget about your troubles. This is evident in the rising popularity of apps such as TikTok, a platform known for its users who actively and unapologetically express themselves, Instagram, where there are memes, opinions, and so much more, and Discord, where there are entire communities and servers where people have similar interests. Furthermore, you can also find resources for mental health on social media. So social media is really, really helpful to young people. However, my initiative today was to talk about the impact of social media as a whole, and that includes both the good and the bad. We've talked about the good parts. Now we should talk about the bad parts. Firstly, social media facilitates verbal abuse and harassment. What I mean by this is that social media sometimes enables verbal attacks. Having an online presence guarantees at least some form of judgment from others. I think I'm speaking for all of us when I say that we've all probably encountered one or two hurtful remarks online here and there. And it doesn't help that in social media, there's a habit of making fun of other people for the sake of humor or amusement or simply entertainment. A lot of people would pass it off as a joke, but this behavior only maintains and normalizes peer pressure and verbal harassment, which results in a continuing cycle of cyberbullying and backbiting. These harmful cultures that exist within social media spaces are extremely harmful and damaging to the youth's mental health and self-esteem. As I mentioned before, a lot of people use social media to relieve their stress and express themselves. And these things are great because they make you feel good. It's what makes social media so great. But these benefits can be completely taken away if social media is doing the opposite, causing stress instead of relieving it. Unfortunately, there are a number of irresponsible and insensitive social media users, and because of them, there are a lot of unwanted content to be found anywhere on social media platforms. So Even as a passive user, you're always at risk of seeing something that is upsetting, disturbing, or simply unpleasant. And that brings me to my next point: exploitation and manipulation on social media. As we've seen before through statistics, many teenagers put their trust in social media and regard it as a safe space to talk about personal things. In fact, a lot of them will turn to people they meet online to seek advice. This is great that the youth have an outlet and people they can talk to, but how trustworthy and good-willed are these people that you meet online? It's difficult to know through a screen. There are so many young people that trust social media a little too much, and it leaves them vulnerable to being exploited. Predators and manipulators can simply take control of teenagers who let their guard down easily. Moreover, social media can sometimes create false narratives and unrealistic standards. Most people choose to hide the lows of their life while showing off their highs on social media. And this is completely understandable. Of course, you'd rather let people cheer you on and be impressed by your achievements rather than taking pity on you. But adolescents tend to be highly impressionable and idealistic. So they will create false images of other people's lives because of what they see on social media and make comparisons. They'll see that someone they follow seems to have it all good and think, why isn't my life like that? Or why don't I look like that? And this can contribute to really low self-esteem and poor mental health. 88% of girls confess that they compare themselves to images they see social media, and half of them say this affects them in a negative way. Now let's dive into the statistics. 25% of young adults report having at least one form of mental illness, while 13% of kids/teenagers report having depression. What do these two groups have in common? They both are the ones who use social media the most. So research suggests that social media possibly contributes to this increase of mental illness among the two groups. In addition, 33% of youth experience bullying worldwide. Students who get cyberbullied tend to have poor sleep quality and show symptoms of depression. 1 in every 4 students who experience bullying resort to self-harm as a coping mechanism. And cyberbullying, young adults who experience cyberbullying are twice as likely to self-harm and execute suicidal behavior. So let me refocus the question. Social media, a safe space or leverage for harassment? My answer is both. Social media can be a safe space, or it could be a place that facilitates harassment. The power of social media lies in the hands of its user, so it's ultimately up to us to decide whether it will affect us positively or negatively. And here's how. Number 1, discipline yourself. Set limits for screen time and social media usage. Next, and this is very important, be mindful and have boundaries. Pay attention to what upsets you online and pay attention to what makes you happy. This way you can easily recognize when something on social media harms you, and then you can distance yourself, and the other way around, vice versa. Lastly, and this one is critical, do not become a part of the problem and participate in toxic internet cultures. It's not your fault if you witness an incident of cyberbullying, but it is your responsibility to condemn it and stop it from going any further. Instead, encourage, uplift, and support other people. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elsa, for that amazing presentation. And now
Thank you.
let's have a Q&A session. Does any of, before we start our Q&A session, Elsa, could you, thank you so much.
Yeah, okay.
Does any of our participants here have any questions that they would like to put forward to Elsa?
I have a question for Elsa. Hi, Elsa. Do
Hi.
you think it's possible for cyberbullies and harassers to be educated about their wrongdoings? If yes, what are possible actions to do this? Thank you.
Yes, I definitely do think that cyberbulliers and harassers can get educated about what they're doing is wrong, because social media, like I said, I think social media has people on social media do have moral compasses, and I think as people we can all recognize when something someone else is doing is wrong. So I think it's our responsibility for all of us to hold each other accountable when we realize that someone else online is saying something harmful, and like we should be like, hey, this isn't okay. Let's not do this. Let's not hurt other people. And I think, it's everyone's responsibility to do that. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Jen, for your question, and thank you so much, Elsa, for your answer. And does any of our participants here have any more questions for Elsa? All right, if we have no more questions for Elsa, let's proceed to the questions from our YouTube live audience. So, we have a question. And the first question here is, how can we stay safe while using social media?
I think this depends on, thank you for the question. I think this depends on different people. I think, so if you're a type of person you're kind of more sensitive, I think you should be more mindful when using social media. You should definitely stay away from things that you think will, trigger a reaction from you. And another way of staying safe with social media is don't be too trusting, especially when you don't know a person in real life. Because you never know someone's true intentions. So you have to set boundaries and make sure that you're not oversharing or being too naive. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you for the question, as well as thank you to Elsa for your answer. Do we have any other questions from our YouTube live audience? All right, so we have another question, and the question is, comparing both the pros and the cons, should children or teens be exposed to social media, considering that they have never used it?
This is a subjective answer. I think it depends on what the child is like, if they're responsible enough, or if they're too irresponsible. I don't believe that kids should be exposed to social media right away. I think they should rather be eased into it and like slowly get into it, rather than giving them like gadgets and stuff all in one go. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that question.
All right, thank you for the question. And do we have any other questions from our YouTube live? All right, so the next question is, how can we eradicate the cancel culture community on social media?
This is a good question. Cancel culture community. People on social media, they have a habit. Cancel culture is basically when someone does something wrong and you cancel them completely. I do think there are, lines that you have to draw. You should hold people accountable without degrading them or harassing them, because that's just when you hold someone accountable, but also degrade and harass them, which is what cancel culture is. I think that's counterproductive, and it's, just hypocritical. So we should, as social media users, we should be responsible and learn how to, be like, hey, let's not participate. Let's not be toxic on social media. Let's use social media wisely and correctly, but without, attacking those same people. But there are lines. There are lines when you should stop supporting someone and when you think it's okay to forgive. And I think social media users, we have to learn when to not do those things, when to not do and do those things. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And any more questions from our YouTube live? All right, we have another question. So the question is, what are your thoughts on young children engaging in social media? Should it be tolerated, regulated, or stopped?
In my opinion, it should be regulated, because social media is one of those things where it's not just one thing or the other. It's not either a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's both. It's very nuanced because social media has so many pros and cons. So using it can't just bring you one or the other. So I think children should be regulated. Their social media consumption should be regulated and monitored, especially since they're younger. They should I think parents are responsible for making sure that kids are using it responsibly and wisely, and they're not being exposed to inappropriate or mature or upsetting content.
All right, thank you for the question. And do we have any other questions from the YouTube Live? All right, that's all the questions from our YouTube Live. And thank you again, Rania, Elsa, for your very informative presentation. And
Thank you.
now let's welcome our next presenter. A warm welcome to Ma Christine Erica Flanco.
Good afternoon to everyone present for today's forum on youth health and wellness. I am Erica Flanco from the Philippines, and I will be presenting my group study on online learning and its psychological effects on the adolescent mind. Please allow me to share my screen. Over the decades, the concept of mental health as a field of discipline has progressively shifted from primarily being only focused on enhancing the care provided for those mentally sick to being an integral part of health, as it determines the state of well-being of a person. With the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, the current circumstances have constrained people to keep face-to-face interactions at a minimum, which in turn poses an issue for the resumption of live academic learning. And the possible negative effects of this transition on one's mental health, students especially, are not negligible. Findings from similar survey research concluded how there were anxiety and significant emotional disturbances present in students. Another study shows that the majority of respondents feel tired of their phones and computers, and that the changes in scenario are major causes of mental stress. Moreover, a study on the mental health of students in the Philippines during the pandemic investigated the psychological wellness of the students and identified factors that affected it. However, the first two studies paid less attention to the factors of online classes that caused mental stress and failed to recognize how students cope with it, while the third study limited the respondents of their research to only one course of a university and identified factors not strictly related to online learning. With this, questions such as what possible factors of online classes cause mental stress and how do students cope with the mental stress caused by online classes remain unanswered. Most importantly, the recency of the pandemic meant that there is little to no research done on this matter, especially domestically here in the Philippines, therefore further stressing the need to research on said topic. The aforementioned ideas about online learning and its correlation with mental health motivated the researchers to examine the virtual school life experiences of PSH's EBC students and the possible negative effects this has on their mental health. This study utilized a survey-type method approach and used descriptive statistics to quantitatively interpret the answers to the questionnaire provided to the respondents. The results were statistically analyzed using SPSS and Microsoft Excel, and the researchers further interpreted the results to ultimately determine significant factors and coping strategies that students do. The study required data from every available and reachable member of the population. Systematic sampling is selected rather than simple random sampling, as it is easier to conduct and is simple. The researchers were able to gather 138 respondents, which is rather less than the projected number of 180. And the respondents, who ranged from grade 7 to 12, answered the questionnaires through Google Form. It is worth noting that the majority of the respondents belonged to grade levels 10 and above, while female respondents accounted for 2/3 of the sample size. The questionnaire in particular consists of two sections for shortened anxiety and depression scales: the revised student's anxiety scale, which is an adapted version of the Spence Child Anxiety Scale, and short moods and feelings questionnaire. Another section for factors, and lastly, a section for coping strategies, and thus the survey was divided into 4 sections. Upon further analysis using said scales, the researchers were able to determine that the mean scores for both scales for both male and female are generally high. and only slightly differ in values for the total score and its respective subscales. A total of 128 and 126 respondents showed symptoms of anxiety and depression, respectively. As the data implies, there are apparent symptoms of anxiety and depression among most of the students, male and female alike, throughout grades 7 to 12, with little to no significant differences in their anxiety levels. Given the graph of results for the factors, the researchers interpreted it by categorizing each factor into groups according to their correlation. From this, we were able to come up with 4 groups: technology-related problems, incapability to do online learning, struggle to establish a working environment at home, and difficulty in adjusting to online learning. Taking the highest frequency obtained for each factor, the researchers concluded the following. Firstly, for incapability to do online learning, there are no instances of the students being incapable of making the necessary transition to online learning. The results indicate that they do not lack the resources to successfully virtualize their school life. For the technology-related problems, with the Philippines being known to not have the best performing internet connectivity, one way or another, it poses a problem for the students who are taking online classes. And based on the results, the majority of the students sometimes experience said disturbances, hindering them to attend online meetings and accomplish schoolwork, causing backlogs. Furthermore, the working environment at home group alludes to the obscure boundaries between home and school. And based on the results, it is certain that there are a multitude of factors at home that could distract the students. But it is not always the case. There are distractions, but it is only sometimes or often that the students become unable to focus on schoolwork because of it. Based on the results of the final group of factors, difficulty in adjusting to online learning, the majority of the students always think that the current mode of learning is ineffective. With this, it can be inferred that oftentimes the students are still struggling to adjust to online learning, but this means that they are only having difficulty in studying sometimes. The transition to using varying online platforms for online learning also makes for a significant stressor, according to the respondents. It takes time to become well versed on how to maximize the use of a certain application. But with other factors in the way, for example, unstable internet connection, it becomes difficult to do so. For the coping strategies, this section was largely based on existing coping mechanisms in the field. The researchers assessed the students on how often they practice these strategies to cope, and interpreted the results by grouping the factors into active or adaptive coping strategies and passive or maladaptive strategies. Active coping strategies are done to control stressors through adaptively adjusting to situations by being aware of it. It is often associated with favorable consequences. Passive coping strategies, on the other hand, are avoidant of the matter. People often withdraw themselves from their responsibility of managing stressful situations. And based on the results, students sometimes practice active coping strategies slightly more than passive coping strategies. In conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has since challenged educational systems around the world on how to respond to the abrupt transition needed in the sector for learning to progress amidst the current circumstances. And these institutions quickly took to online platforms as a means to do so. But there is a degree of difficulty in adapting to a new mode of learning, as it is vastly disparate from the conventional learning method. And as an effect, the mental health of students have been negatively affected due to online learning. The present study assessed the current mental health status of PSH's EBC students, and results show that there are significant levels of symptoms for anxiety and depression among students regardless of gender or grade level. These considerably high mean scores are mainly due to external factors associated with online learning. And among the factors presented, it was identified that technology-related problems, the struggle to establish a working environment at home, and difficulty in adjusting to online learning were the main factors that caused considerable mental distress among the students. Moreover, it was observed that students practice active coping strategies slightly more than passive coping strategies. There is something assuring about the fact that although a substantial amount of the respondents choose to withdraw from stressful situations, there remain those who choose to address stressful situations head on. Moreover, the findings from the present study could serve as a scientific basis to call forth the attention of not only the PSHU system, but all educational systems to avert the school year goals towards formulating and implementing a more versatile and less rigorous curriculum during online learning for the benefit of the students, the faculty, and the parents alike. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica, for that presentation. And now let's hop on onto our Q&A session. Does any of our participants here have any questions for Erica?
Oh, can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that your slides is great. The slide design is great. And about my question, I want to ask about reinterpreting and numbing, because when I hear these two words, I understand them as deny or like hiding from the reality, but I'm not so sure about that. So I want to ask if my thought is exactly or not, and if it's wrong, can you please tell me the correct meaning? And lastly, can you please inform me some like specific actions and examples for this solution? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. As previously mentioned in the presentation of the study, the coping strategies included were largely based on existing coping mechanisms in the field. And according to previously conducted literature, this specific strategy, reinterpreting or numbing, reinterprets the sensation felt to something entirely else, such as numbness. This desensitizes and detaches the person from stressful situations in order for them to drown out the emotional or mental stress that they are feeling in order for them to cope. So your presumption of it being hiding from reality was close enough. And some examples that come to mind of this specific coping strategy include feeling detached and preferring to be isolated from others, and most commonly in adults is indulging in alcohol.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tai Dong, for your question, and thank you so much to Erica for answering it. And does any other of our participants here have any questions for Erica? All right, if we have no questions for Erica from our participants, do we have any questions from the YouTube live audience? All right, so we have our first question from our YouTube live. And the question is, what can us students do in order to cope with our studies successfully amidst all the pressure from online learning?
Well, as I mentioned in the presentation, the varying coping strategies that I included should be practiced by students in order to cope with their studies amidst all the pressure from online learning, because it has been proven, not proven, but in my population, in my research population, it was proven that these active coping strategies have been effective to cope successfully. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Christine. And do we have any other questions from our, all right, we have in the next question. So can this phenomenon of mental health decline be mitigated during the pandemic?
Alleviating mental health problems isn't as easy as 1, 2, 3. Even pre-pandemic, even before the pandemic, it doesn't just magically stop. It takes time for it to gradually get better. But with the current circumstances posing a challenge, there are slim chances for this issue to be fully mitigated during these odd times. That being said, the results of the study could help. Practicing active coping strategies like the ones mentioned in the present study could be a start.
All right, thank you so much for the question. And do we have Any other questions from our YouTube Live audience? All right, that's all from our YouTube Live audience. Once again, does any of our participants here have any questions for Erica? All right, if there are no questions from our participants, I have a question for Erica. And regarding the negative effects of online learning and a lot of the coping mechanisms that us youths have decided to use to overcome this, what do you think about, because a lot of the times when we use these coping mechanisms, we are often judged, for example, on social media, like what Elsa has mentioned earlier, or even if we use some humor with it, some people might say like, isn't that a bit too insensitive, or remarks like these. So how do you think is like the best platform or the best place to voice out our pain in online classes?
Well, for me personally, any platform will do because of the anonymity, for example, in Twitter. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Erica. And if that's all the questions we have, we shall take a short 5-minute break from here. Our next presentation will start at 3:05 p.m. Malaysian time. So I'll see all of you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Our short break has ended. And now, let's all enthusiastically welcome our fourth presenter of the day, Tan Soo Yi.
Good afternoon to all participants and people watching on YouTube. I'm Sui from SMK Sri Kebangan, Malaysia, and the title of my presentation today is Youth Mental Health and Ways to Cope. Today I will first be making a simple introduction to this research and the purpose of it. After that, we will be discussing the risk factors that could impact the mental health of youth and mental disorders that commonly emerge during youth. Last but not least, we will be discussing about what should you do when you're experiencing mental difficulties. Before we proceed, I would like to give a trigger warning. This presentation includes content about suicide, self-injurious behavior, violence, pregnancy, mental illness, as well as sexual behavior and abuse. Please retreat if you will find this content disturbing and or triggering. Now, people might ask, everyone knows about mental health and are most likely to be highly aware of it nowadays. Why do you still choose this topic? Even though topics related to mental health has been widely raised among the internet and social media, people have been trying hard to normalize discussion on mental health and make it a household topic everywhere. Even so, there are still conservative communities who have been taught that mental health conditions are embarrassing, that it's just their incompetence that make them unable to handle little stress, and having mental health condition is equivalent to insanity or being possessed. It is most likely due to the lack of education and exposure to general scientific information and statistics in this field. Today, I would like to take the honor and use this chance to raise the importance of mental health in youth, as this particular age range is vulnerable to mental health issues, especially during this pandemic, where they have been facing their own unique challenges in comparison to adults. These challenges include sectors such as academic, socialization, family, and environment, as well as physical, and could end up in a lot of undesirable consequences, which includes but not limited to both mental and physical health issues, or at its worst, suicide. Thus, it is crucial for the awareness for this importance to be raised to the public, not only to the youth, but also to the adults who have contact with children or teenagers like parents, teachers, and etc., and to acknowledge that mental health is never not essential, nor it should ever be swept under the rug. It is important for the individual to be diagnosed and treated well to prevent the worsening of condition, especially in youth where any impacts will bring a huge change in their future life stages. Data suggested that an estimate of 10 to 20% of youth globally experience mental health conditions, yet they remain underdiagnosed and undertreated, so they couldn't manage to get the appropriate help or treatment they needed. Now I'll be diving into the risk factors that youth are particularly vulnerable to and could impact their mental health. The more risk factors youth are exposed to, the greater potential impact on their mental health. This can be divided into 4 sectors, which are social, physical, environmental, and personal. Young people experience social issues such as having trouble fitting in with peers or friend group, gender norms, relationship with friends and family members, getting influenced by social media, and the increased access and usage of technology. This can exacerbate the disparity between their reality life and expectations for the future. Factors in terms of physical include violence such as bullying, sexual violence, as well as harsh parenting, as mentioned in Nguyen's research just now, are the ones with children and youth are especially vulnerable to and has a clear association with mental health conditions. Environment in the household and at school plays an important role in youth mental health as well. Socioeconomic problems and their poor living conditions that will most likely result in stigma, discrimination, exclusion of or lack of access to quality support and services. This include youth who are living in humanitarian and fragile settings, youth with chronic illness, autism, disability, or other neurological conditions, pregnant teens, teen parents, and those in early and or forced marriages, orphans, and those from minority ethnic or sexual backgrounds or other discriminated groups. As a result of the influence of media, it is completely normal for youth to seek and satisfy the curiosity and explore their own identity. It is at this age where they are starting to gain a sense of self-consciousness and the desire for greater autonomy and freedom. Youngsters with mental health conditions are particularly vulnerable to social exclusions, discrimination, stigma, and so on. Now that you're aware of the risk factors, let's begin with the mental disorders commonly emerge during youth. First off, emotional disorders are the most commonly known mental disorder, as it is one of the disorders that bring most negative impact to youth globally. In addition to depression and anxiety, youth with emotional disorders can also experience excessive irritability, frustration, or anger. These symptoms can overlap across more than one emotional disorder with rapid and unexpected mood changes and emotional outbursts. Other than that, emotional-related physical symptoms may additionally develop, such as stomachache, headache, or nausea. According to the World Health Organization, depression is one of the leading causes of illness and disability among youth. Emotional disorders can profoundly affect areas including but not limited to schoolwork and school attendance. It might also lead to social withdrawal, which can exacerbate isolation and loneliness. At its worst, it can lead to suicide as well. Let us suggest that an estimated of 62,000 of adolescents died in 2016 as a result of self-harm. As a continuation of the last point, suicide is the third leading cause of death in older adolescents. The risk factors of suicide are multifaced, including alcohol abuse, childhood trauma, stigma against help seeking, and care accessing barriers. Digital media influence about suicidal behavior, which I'm funny to say that is a real thing, is also a concern for this age group. Next, childhood behavior disorders, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or commonly known as ADHD or hyperactive, and conductive disorder or CD. These childhood behavioral disorders can affect youth education and may result in criminal behavior. Another interesting and surprising point is that there are many risk-taking behaviors for health, such as sexual risk-taking, alcohol abuse, substance use starts during youth. These behaviors are extremely unhelpful strategies to cope with poor mental health and can furthermore severely impact mental and physical well-being. Evidence shows that there are 18,000 underage pregnancies happen each year in Malaysia, which reminds us that sexual education in youth is relatively important as well. In the same way, the prevalence of heavy episodic drinking among youth worldwide was 13.6% in 2016, with males most at risk. The use of tobacco and cannabis, or commonly known as marijuana, are additional concerns. It is one of the most widely used drug among young people, with about 4.7% of them using it at least once in 2018. Many adult smokers have their first cig prior to the age of 18 as well. Other than that, the perpetration of violence can increase the likelihood of low educational attainment, injury, crime, or death. Interpersonal violence was ranked the second leading cause of death of older adolescents in 2016. Next on the list, we have eating disorders. It is gradually gaining attention in the public eye nowadays, and we have a friend that will be presenting their research on eating disorders later as well. Disorder of this kind affect females more commonly than males, as we can tell from all the news and stories we heard about. Conditions such as anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, and binge eating disorder are characterized by harmful eating behaviors, such as restricting calories or eating way too much than needed. It can be detrimental to health and often coexist with depression, anxiety, and/or substance misuse. Last but not least, psychosis, which is a condition that affects the brain from processing information. This can cause one to lose touch with reality, along with the symptoms such as hallucination and delusions. This can impair an adolescent's ability to participate in their daily life and education. Not to mention, it will also often lead to stigma or human rights violation as a result of most likely bullying. If unfortunately you experience mental difficulties like stress or other serious condition that we learned just now, it is crucial to ask for help or maybe help yourself to get out of the valley before any unwanted consequences or impacts kick in. Here I've made research online as well as from anecdotal evidence on ways to cope with the difficulties. Do keep in mind that I'm no professional in this, and these are the ways that I personally think that will more or less help. This might not be 100% efficient and applicable to everyone, as we are all individually different. Do not worry if you find other coping mechanisms that are helpful, but it's not on the list. I'd like to mention that finding the right coping mechanism requires time and patience. But once you have one, it will enormously impact on how you feel. The first way is called emotional awareness. This allows a person to acknowledge their emotions and let it be for a while. They can be mad, frustrated, depressed, you name it. After taking a moment to let the emotions out, it is time to relax and recover into a better emotional status. It can be achieved by meditating, having a favorite food, sleep, and relax, or maybe just doing nothing at all. It can be anything as long as you feel comfort doing it, and it's not harmful to both physical and mental health. Or you can try deep breathing. I know it's an annoying cliche, but that's one of the best ways to calm anxiety. In fact, I tried this before this presentation because I was so nervous. Here I introduced the concept of 5-3-7 breathing. First breathe in for 5 seconds, then hold the breath for 3 seconds, and finally breathe out for 7 seconds. This movement sends a message to the brain and tells it that everything is okay, or it will be soon. And your heart will slow its initially rapid pace and relax without you even realizing it. Next on is the 5 senses. This is actually remarkable because one of my friends recommended it before and I thought I could share it here. So you run through what your senses are experiencing in the moment. When you're feeling bad, for example, when you suddenly have a panic attack, stop and look around. Look at the ceiling fan turning, feel the bed you're lying on, listen to the clock ticking, and smell the fragrance of your mom cooking in the kitchen. At this point, you can also chew a piece of gum. This can help to keep you present and focus on what is real and happening right now. Also, another cliche, take good care of your own body. Physical wellness can somehow improve mental health too. Make sure to get enough sleep as you might be drained from a night-long mental breakdown. Eat some nice and healthy food. Stay hydrated for the tears that you cry from the breakdown, or exercise to release some happy chemicals like endorphins, adrenaline, and so on. Also, remarkably important as well, please do avoid alcohol and other drugs than the medication prescribed by the doctor in the right dose. And finally, get help from professional or friends if you feel like you can't handle this on your own. Here, I will be sharing some of the free and paid mental health supports available in Malaysia. Some of them might be applicable to other countries, but you can always Google mental health support in your country to get more helpful info. The first and most likely to be the most known is Befrienders. It is a 24/7 hotline support for people who are lonely, in distress, despair, or having suicidal thoughts. The service they provide is free and confidential, brought to you by the volunteers from all around the country. Currently, they have 349 emotional support services in 32 countries, and are providing other emotional support via email, face-to-face, and physical outreach. You can also visit their website www.befrienders.org for worldwide and www.befrienders.org.my for Malaysia. Another similar hotline support, the Buddy Bear Project, is a response to the urgent need to support children who are experiencing emotional distress due to the movement restriction order in Malaysia as a result of the pandemic. It is currently the only dedicated children's phone service in Malaysia. Next, Mental Illness Awareness and Support Association, also known as MIASA, is a mental health advocacy and peer support NGO based in Selangor, Malaysia. They offer mental support, including counseling, psychological services, therapeutic assessment, and all kinds of therapy, as well as webinars and workshops. Most of the services are paid, but they have made an exception to the B40 group, which are Malaysians with household income less than 4,850 ringgit per month, for free access to their services and supports. Visit their website www.miasa.org.com for more information. Other paid professional services, including the 22 public mental health centers Mentari in Malaysia. As we all know that public services in Malaysia are very cheap and affordable. Private clinics and hospitals, as well as university hospitals, offer psychiatric care to walk-in patients or with referral letter. For a list of hospital and private psychiatric care in Malaysia, visit www.mentalhealth.my. My presentation has come to an end. We have 5 minutes of question time. Is there anyone who would like to raise any questions?
Hello.
Hi, I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
It was such a great presentation, and my question is, when a youth they face an internal problem like mental health issue or disorder, but it was internal. It means they don't want to let it out. They just like shy and want to keep it to themselves. What is the best treatment for them, and how can they cope up with those things when they were like shy and don't want to show that they were having the issue?
I think the best way is let them help themselves. They can try to do the ways that I recommended just now to relax themselves, or they could like sort of write down everything write down their feelings in a journal. I mean, that could help too, right? But as a teenager, I still recommend that if any person is experiencing any mental difficulties, it's one of the best way to speak up to either your friends or your family members or anyone that you trust.
All right. Thank you so much, Manip, for your question, as well as Sui for your really colorful and really insightful presentation with many ways that we could reach out to help ourselves or give advice to our friends in need. And does any of our participants here have any more questions for Sui? All right, if we don't have any more questions from our participants, let's move on to our YouTube live audience. Do any of you have any questions for our participant Sui here? All right, we have our first YouTube live question. And the question is, what is the best way we can do to help out a friend who tries to reach out to us?
The best way that I think is to give them an ear to listen to their thoughts. It sometimes might be irritating, but just try to bear with it because you're probably the only one they have. And also sometimes this action can bring a huge comfort to them who try to reach out. If you got their consent, you can maybe reach out to other mental health support, such as the psychiatric care that I mentioned just now, if they agree to do so. If they don't, then just let them be, because it's their freedom to do it. It's their right.
All right, thank you for our question, and thank you, Sui, for your answer. Do we have any more questions from our YouTube live? All right, so we have our second question from our YouTube live. So the question is, what should I do if my friend declines the help that I offer?
I think you can just let it be. Let them take some time for themselves. All you can do is just stand by whenever they need it, because it's a bad thing if you just force them to open up. This could make things worse at some point.
All right, thank you so much, Sui. And I really agree with you that we should always be around for them. And I think it's really nice if we constantly reassure them as well that we are always there for them if they ever need help or a listening ear. And do we have another question from our YouTube live stream? All right, so our next question is, how can we identify if our friend needs help if they are introverted and keep to themselves?
If they're introverted, it's kind of hard to identify by yourself unless you're very observant, that you can tell that the little difference of your friend, even if they're introverted. And there's one way is that you can always try to reach out and ask them if they meet any difficulties, if they need help. And even if they don't, it's a nice action to show that you are actually paying attention to them, that they have a place in your heart, which is a very good thing to maintain your friendship.
All right, thank you for that question. And do we have any more questions from our YouTube live? All right, That's all of our questions from the YouTube Live. Thank you so much to Sui for your presentation. I really learned a lot from it. And now let's welcome our next presenter, Noor, to give her presentation.
I would like to share my screen. So good afternoon, everyone, and my name is Maniat. I'm from Cambodia, and I'm from ETSTEM. That's my school. So first of all, I would like to talk about the meaning of youth. I guess everybody might know and have searched about this a lot since we're working on this topic. Just to a little bit summarize and remind it as an introduction. So youth is a age gap, is a group of people with the age gap of 15 to 24 years old. And what most of the people view youth as or a teenager as is something like they are very um impulsive with their behavior. They are just like very spirit enthusiasms and very sort of like sin they just do what they like to do sometime. And the topics I would like to talk about today is actually youth right. So the purpose of my research is to actually have people understand more about youth right, what kind of right do they have and what's the issue in this youth right. And I want adults to view us in a different way, and respect our opinions. So how do the youth right are being a part of their youth health and wellness. It's a part of youth health and wellness because the first UN principles have stated that the best treatments for mental health issues is to respect the one that have mental health issues, to respect them and to give them a right to do what they want to do, or um, to make their own decision so that they don't have pressure, they don't, overthinkings and create some suicide thought. And the first part I want to talk about is free speech in school and off campus. So free speech is, I want to refer to youth. We teenagers have the right to make our voice heard around, like even in school and off campus. We make sure that adults or our teacher or principal or anyone, our friend, are respect to our opinions. I give you an example. So this is maybe not really general, but it's in some of the country they face it. Um, it's about school uniform. So some of the students they don't like to wear school uniforms. Some school uniform was inappropriate, like it was too short and stuff. So the student was just want to, talk about it, like reach, like make a speech about it that the school uniform was too short, and but most of the time, nobody, heard it. Nobody care about it because adults or teachers or principal think that wearing the uniforms is a rule, and we don't have right to go against it even it's short or even it's too tight or anything, just wear it. That's what they think, and adult think that we don't have that much experience to speak out. And um, I pick out a court case on from a website. So this court case is about two students was expelled from school by their action was publishing a newspaper that critical critical their school and the principal. So the principal and the school want to expel them, but luckily the case was a winning case. It means that the court didn't agree with this, so the school didn't expel the student. But imagine if the courts did not care. Imagine if people didn't go against this and the school just expel the student just because they make like critical of a school for a good reason. So that wouldn't be really bad. That's why students and teenagers should speak out more. And besides, some of them when they speak out, we want the teenager to hear what them speak as well. We want the adult to understand us. We want them to think that we have opinions and we're mature enough to actually share our thoughts. The last point I want to talk about is making discussion about treatments. Making discussion about treatments, most of the time, if you are sick or having mental health issue, sometimes you cannot identify it yourself, and most of the time was your parent was the one who identified for you. So sometimes you're not okay, but the outside you seem to be okay. So your parent wouldn't go like, my kid is fine. So like that. But sometimes you were fine, but your action was a little bit off, off the traditional. So your parent go, right, this kid was not fine. And it become confusing. Like the kid don't speak out, the parent was misunderstand the whole situations. And sometimes the parent just force the kid, okay, you're not fine, go to the doctor. You are fine, you don't have to go to the doctor. And just youth, they don't have the right to make their own decision, because their decision is really depend on the parent, because sometimes they were scared and their parent was like, okay, you're young, you don't have experience, so I make decision for you. But that's not right. We are 15, we are 16, we are old enough to things, to share our thought, to make decision our own. Just like for example, some of the student, they don't have right to actually, like, their parent force them to study a concerned topic, like, okay, we're from a family doctor, so I force you to study medicine. But the student itself, they don't want to study medicine, they want to study something else, they want to do something else. So it doesn't, like, it was hard for them because they cannot make their decision. And even it's the same when it comes to treatment. Sometimes they don't want to take the treatments and the parent just like force them to do it. So I just wish that, we are youth, we have more chance to make our own decision. And like I said, so adult identify their own problem, while us young people have our problem defined by them, which is don't really make sense. It's something that should be equal, like we should define our own problem and they should define their own problem as well. And at the same time, I picked this one of their course cast again. It's about centrality. So the story was like Cassandra, she have a cancer, and her moms and her go against, they refuse to take the treatments, and the treatment was they need to get a treatment we call a anti-drugs to the cancer, and they don't want to take the treatments, but the court kind of forced them, like the doctor, the medical center was forcing them to take a treatment. So she been suffer from cancer. So during the treatment, she was suffer, and she was 17 at that time. And while she was taking the treatment at the first years, or at the beginning, she was actually run away from the treatment because she was suffering, and she told them that she don't want to poison her body. And the treatment itself, it wasn't sure that it was going to be like, even after taking the treatment, it's not sure that she's going to be healthy. And so she don't want to poison herself. That's why she refused to take the treatments. But this course was a losing course. It means that they still want her to take the treatments, and the treatments still go on until she was like die. And it means that she cannot refuse her treatment, and due to the reason that she was a minor, she was not she was under 18, so she don't have right to refuse it. That's why we can see that making discussion, like refuse something, like you should have a right to refuse what they don't want to do. Even sometimes it was like their best option or anything, if they want to refuse it, I wish that adult could respect their decisions. And lastly, at the end, this is a quote, say that youth right are the right that everyone should have. And I believe that each of us have presented topics about mental health, and I wish that adults or anyone who watched this video or live respects, and I just wish that our voice was heard across the globe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Manip, for that really interesting presentation. Personally, I really enjoyed it. And without further ado, let's touch on our Q&A session. Does any of our participants here have any questions for Manip?
Yeah, I do have a question for Manip. How do you think about the adults that or other people that forcefully restrict our youth rights to voice out? Maybe not in terms of medical treatment, maybe sometimes in daily life decision. And what do you think that they should do to appropriately solve this problem?
I think it's about resources. Like if they were very strict about it, they were very go against about it. Well, as a solution, I think we should speak out more as a teenager, like give out our reason. I mean, adults, if in the case, some of the adult, they might understand our reason. So if we were reasonable enough, and if we were speak out more, and if we not shy and have proof and stuff and evidence, I guess they might possibly listen to us. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Sui, for that question. And does any of our participants have any questions for Manip? All right, if we don't have any more questions from our participants, let's move on to our YouTube Live audience. Do we have any questions from them? All right, so our first question from the YouTube Live is, whenever us youths try to speak up about a certain issue, most adults tend to disregard whatever we're trying to say. How can we ensure that our voices are heard?
How do we ensure that our voice is heard is the outcome. So when you speak something, after you spoke it out, do you see the outcome? So if you told your parent that you were sick, and the outcome must be taking you to the hospital. And if your parent didn't take you to the hospital, if they did not, it means your voice isn't heard. Then possibly you might have to repeat it or make, like make a sure of it again, like confirm them again, inform them again to make sure that your voice heard. So just to make it clear again, if you want to ensure that your voice was heard, you need to look at the outcome or the result after you speak.
All right, thank you so much for that question. And do we have another question from our YouTube Live? All right, so our next question is, can you state an example of a good parenting method when raising a growing teenager?
An example of a good parenting method. One thing that a good parent, they should understand their child, listen to them instead of forcing them to do concerned thing. Like my parents, personally, they give me a chance to actually, every dinner time, they won't let me talk about my feelings, what happened in my day. They won't take care of me like this, and they won't try to understand me. And for example, I pick a career, like I want to study in a concerned major or school. They won't listen to me first. They won't ask me why. And if it was a good thing, if it was a reasonable thing enough, they won't let me do it. And they accept my opinions and respect me as their child and as a teenagers. And one more thing is that a growing teenager, sometimes they are very like, even us, sometimes we just like, when we want to do something, we just like, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go for it. But I think as an advice, if you want to do something like very big, or something very like a big things, try to talk to your parent first and give them a reasons. They won't understand it. I'm sure that they gonna listen to it, and a good parent, they will listen to it.
All right, thank you so much for the question. And do we have any more questions from our YouTube Live audience? All right, that's all from them. And does any of our participants here have any more questions for Manip? All right, if we have no questions from our participants, I would like to ask a question for Manip. And my question is, a lot of the times the people older than us think that youth fighting for medical rights is very impulsive, or in this state making decisions for their medical side of life, it might be very impulsive because they might say, oh, you might not have done enough research, or you're not old enough to understand. What can we do to change the minds of people? Like, because oftentimes we don't really look into the youth rights, especially on the medical side of things. So how can we turn the approach about it differently?
As what I think we should start from like speak out, as I keep saying it. We should start from telling them. And well, if we go to a hospital, for example, it's a scenario that we went to in hospital and then we were sick and we don't want to get a treatment, but our parents want us to. So what should we do? Like, we should show them the research evidence that we do. We should tell them the reason behind it. And we all, like, in school we study biologies and stuff, so there might be general knowledge in it, so we possibly have to tell them that this and that to make sure that they understand.
All right, thank you so much for answering my question, and thank you so much for answering everybody else's question, and great presentation as well. It's rare to hear somebody talk about youth rights, especially on the medical side of things. Again, thank you so much, and without further ado, let's move on to our next presenter. Let's have Cam Giraffe Hingswat to give his presentation.
All right, so thank you, Kelly. I appreciate the kind introduction. So please allow me a second to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, so I would like you to close your eyes and follow me. How much air do we breathe in a day? How impure is it? How much pollution do we breathe in every day? So my research title is PM 2.5 and how much we breathe in and how it's impacting our life. Oh, and you are free to open your eyes now. So first, I would like to mention what a PM is. PM usually stands for particulate matter, a widespread air pollutants that consists of solid and liquid dust in the air. And the number behind it usually means the maximum diameter of it. So we talking about PM10 and PM 2.5 will mean the particle with a diameter of less than 10 and 2.5 micrometers. Maybe you guys are not seen in picture yet. So think about a single hair from your head. So the average human hair is about 70 micrometers in diameter and making it 28 times larger than the largest fine particle. So to know more about it, we need to know where does it come from. PM10 and PM 2.5 are typically derived with different sources, and their chemical compositions also different in each kind. Much of the PM 2.5 pollution present in and outdoors comes from the burning of gasoline, oil, diesel, fuel, or some kinds of wood. PM can be released directly from source or generated in the atmosphere by some kind of chemical interaction of gas, like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and certain organic compounds. And according to the WHO in 2018 and 2019, more than half the world population will live without a protection from air pollution, and more than 91% of the populations, and many of us do not even recognize it yet. So Now I would like to take you on to the case study of PM2.5 concentration in Southeast Asia in 2019. And for the data collecting by that year, it can be seen here that the concentration of PM2.5 lies between 4.0 in Colombo, Philippines, to around 81 in South Tangerang, Indonesia. The average amount of it is around 26.8 microgram per cubic meters. And for 2020, where we have a forceful lockdown and a strong COVID-19 pandemic, so the PM2.5 is dropped down. However, the maximums doesn't change much, just from 81 back to 75, and with average of 23.4. And if I zoom into what happens in my country, Thailand, the center of the Indo-Chinese Peninsula in Southeast Asia, the research done from the Chulalongkorn University showed that most of the time, PM2.5 is above the standard score, which means that most of the time, Thai people inhale too much in PM2.5. And too much, too many, but how much? So I want to talk more about the number and approximately. So let's say the average person when resting inhales and exhales about 7 or 8 liters of air per minute. And that is just a bit different in youth. So we will use 7.5 as mean times with minutes in a day and at the time the concentration amount of PM2.5, which means that is 77.5 liters per minute times 26.8 microgram per cubic meters. And that's 1,440 minutes a day, which calculate it to 290 microgram per day. Using the same way of comparison with the paper written by Shinkin, that amount weighed the same way equal to 1.85% per day of the green rice. In other words, we breathe in PM2.5 of a grain of rice every 54 days. And that's a lot. And now micrograms are very small. So that's about the equivalent of 1 per 20 of a grain of rice. Or it might not sound like much, but since these particles are 20 times smaller than the weight of human air, and that's a lot and a lot. And of course, these particles include toxic junk like coal and arsenic. And from our calculation, that leads to 7 grain rice every year and 70 grains of rice every decades. And we breathe in this kind of things without realizing that much and without note. And from that, these micro-level particulate matters are doubtlessly global problems, especially for developing countries. And in the long run, every individual health is going to be affected by the PM, especially for children, for young age, who are a health vulnerable group, causing some kinds of various disease and the health conditions. So we will talk more on the health and the disease. So the potential of these small particles to move through the respiratory systems and deep into the lung is the main source of our worry. Although PM2.5 does not cause immediate harm to health, long-term exposure can lead to a variety of health problems. One of the potential dangers of PM2.5 is the function is prey in transporting the hazardous environment, contaminates into our body through the adhesive characteristics in some layers, such as heavy metals. So over the last years, the presence and continual growing amounts of these small particles have been really a serious condition in our world. And according to Danish study, children who are exposed to greater levels of PM2.5 in the air are more likely to develop asthma and some chronics than children who are not exposed. There's findings back with a growing evidence that air pollution may play a role in asthma development, short-term peak air pollution exposure, and also linked to asthma exacerbations. But the hazards of long-term exposure and the timing of exposure for asthma are still unclear. Also, PM2.5 has a strong side effects, including like irritation in the lungs and respiratory system, bloodstreams, reproductive system, and also some kinds of hormone or endocrine systems. Cancer is also one of the greatest long-term consequences because there are so many different types of cancer to discuss. So I will just leave it simple and as a cancer. Also, adolescence is quite a different period. Stressful situations arise everywhere, from friends to schools to families. And of course, the body can respond with faster breathing, a pounding heart, tense muscles, and beads of sweat. And teens who breathe polluted air appear to respond more strongly to stress. And a new study shows those with anxiety or depressions appear especially sensitive to these pollutants effect. And of course, as we know, the teen's body were becoming more ready to deal with any danger or obstacle in the environment. According to this study, these stress-related physiological reactions are connected to negative emotions. Like, for example, we are feeling like we easier to be angry with a higher concentration of PM2.5 exposed. And these reactions might lead to a problem with both physical and mental health over the time. And of course, when these children do not have strong connection with their parents, just like our other participants who talk about mental health, live with depressed moms or grew up in the household with greater levels of stress, the negative behavior lead with increasing outdoor air pollutions are even more accelerate. And when this PM2.5, PM2 levels are high, so try to avoid going outside as much as possible. And if you are living in an area with high air pollution, such as like a motorway, a highway, or like limit greenery, so try to compensate the air pollution by having a good door environment and healthy family dynamics. And as I mentioned, many symptoms of inhaling PM2.5, we research in a long-term effect. The air pollution's exposure reduced the survival, the red line on the left, which quite dropped down from the baseline survival rate. It has reduced much of our life since young, and it accumulates. Then here on the light graph, with the higher average of concentration of PM2.5 increase, the life year expectancy was quite dropped down. Meanwhile, this research collects statistics from different corners of the world, like China, India, or a part of Europe. It shows the data from PM2.5 pollution at different average annual exposures. The higher it is, the more data we find. And that dates become more in youth and also in like older people. So as the average increase of every PM2.5, every 10 grams per cubic meters increase, that's 10% more mortality chance and shortens 0.64 life expectancies per year. And that's quite a lot. So what I want you to take away and realize from my presentation is that air pollution is like a time bomb. It's kind of long-term effect that affect our life, both physically and mentally. So please realize, please protect yourself, and please help us aware of these things too. All right, and that would be all from me.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for that informative presentation. And let's move on to our Q&A session. Does any of our participants here have any questions for Jeffrey?
Okay, first it was a good presentation, and I would like to ask some questions. Um, we used to live with PM 2.5 every single day without realizing it. What should we do to raise the awareness of this issue? And the second one is, as we know that PM 2.5 can be seen without some specific tools, what can we do to protect ourselves from PM 2.5?
Well, for PM 2.5 problems, like usually people will aware of something that is hazard or dangerous when they realize the side effects of what can it affect on us. So the first thing is that we need to like do done on some more research on it, and also like publish to the public that when you expose to PM 2.5 this amount, it's like affect our life to become bad. And yeah, it's some kinds of disease or disorders. And for the second question is that how can we know that to protect ourselves from PM 2.5 since we cannot see it by eyes? So first, if we realize that there it is, PM 2.5 in the environment, so we just like add on some features or some kinds of masks when we going out to the outdoor activities or some kinds of when we moving around. And for the indoor place, I will recommend you to add some like air purifier clean features on.
All right, thank you so much, Tiara, for the questions, as well as thank you to Jeffrey for your answers. And does any of our participants here have any other questions for Jeffrey? All right, if we have no more questions for Jeffrey, we shall move on to the questions from our YouTube live audience. Do we have any from them? All right, so our first question is, how can we reduce PM 2.5 concentration at home?
Of course, as I mentioned in the first part of my presentations, PM 2.5 is like come from many kinds of burns, some chemical reactions. So what I think that we can reduce PM 2.5 concentration at home is that we probably avoid using anything that burns, such as like a gas, logs, or some kinds of candles. And of course, we need to keep the room clean. Of course, there are a lot of dust in our life today, so it's better to keep our place clean. And of course, yet don't smoke. And some words of what I think of is that like be cautious of some kinds of like a place where we live, because if we live near the roads, there will be a lot of like pollutions nearby our place. So it's better to add on like a cleaner peripherals or like plants and tree around your home.
All right, thank you so much for the question, and let's have our next question up. Right, the next question is, should the government enforce a law where students must wear masks at all times when outside in order to avoid air pollution from affecting their brains?
Well, since this time we also wear a mask every day in our life when we're going out because of like COVID-19. But for the pollution or air pollutions, PM 2.5, I think it's better for us to realize and reduce some kind of source than to force a law to wear a mask, because like to wear a mask or is like how we protect ourselves from it. But it's better to keep up with the problems and change what is really the cause of the problems.
All right, thank you so much, Jeffrey. And do you have any other questions from our YouTube Live? Right, our next question is, in your opinion, is there any way we can completely eliminate PM 2.5 in the future?
In my opinion, I would not think so. It's probably some kinds of reactions, and it's quite a very small, as we cannot be seen and we know very less about it. So of course, we will be reduce most of the PM 2.5 in the years, but we cannot completely eliminate it.
All right, do we have any more questions from the YouTube Live? All right, that's all from the YouTube Live audience. And does any other participant here have any questions for Jeffrey? All right, if there are no participants that have any questions for Jeffrey, I have a question for Jeffrey. We most of the time only know the medical or scientific sides of the effects of PM 2.5, but for example, because most of the time these pollutants come from factories or like industrial areas. So how does it like sort of affect the economy, where we can prove to them like, see, this is what you're doing, you're affecting yourselves at the end. So do you have any opinions or any way that PM 2.5 might affect the economy in the long term or the short term?
Yes, I have some kinds of done more further research on these kinds of things, and PM 2.5 is, yeah, like you say, it's construct from many kinds of factories and business. So to make more realize on what they are doing and what gonna affect them by themselves, is that like we need to find the relationships or like some kind of casual pathways that look from what they are doing, like they're building some things or their business things, and direct towards what affects their health. And health is already associated with economy. So if we have found that casual pathways, we can like refer to it and make them aware of it.
All right, thank you so much for answering my question, Jeffrey. And thank you again for that really interesting presentation. I never got to know so much about PM 2.5 in such a short span of time. And thank you again. And right now we will be taking a short 5-minute break. We will be back shortly at about 4:10 p.m. Malaysian time. So see all of you soon. Hello everyone, our short break has ended and now let's welcome our next presenter, Noor Alia Damira binti Sophia, to give her presentation.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alia from Brunei. My research topic is based on obesity generation and its effect on our mental health and social life. Please allow me to share my slides. First of all, what is obesity? Obesity is when someone is well above their normal weight. A person is considered obese if they're more than 20% of their ideal weight. Obesity is determined using the body mass index, aka BMI. BMI does not measure body fat directly, but BMI is correlated with more direct measures of body fat, such as skin fold thickness measurements. However, BMI can be considered a practical alternative to direct measures of body fat. Now let's look at a few statistics on obesity, especially the most recent one at number 3. Just last year, approximately 158 million children, ranging from the age of 5 to 15, have been diagnosed as obese. But why are we not doing much about it? I think a lot of it has to do with our lack of understanding. And a lot of it is placing blame on patients, which I'm hoping for to change. This leads us to my next slide, which is things to note on obesity. Obesity is a disease, a worldwide health concern. It's caused by many factors that even I did not touch for this presentation, and lastly, can be manageable. On the other hand, obesity is not solely your fault, yours to deal with alone, only caused by the food you consume and how much of it, and finally, cannot be cured from only taking in diet pills. Now, some people may not actually know this, but obesity is a chronic disease. It's been proven as it is associated with impaired body functions. It's a result of physiological dysfunction and is well established that obesity can progressively exacerbate a wide spectrum of comorbidities. So here's how obesity is defined in the pediatric population. It's done based upon growth measurements taken from the age of 2 up until the age of 20. So those that are underweight are less than the 5th percentile. Those that are considered to be of healthy weight are between the 5th and less than the 85th percentile. Those that are considered overweight are between the 85th and less than the 95th percentile. And lastly, those that have obesity are greater than or equal to the 95th percentile. Now let's focus on the problems associated with obesity, particularly involving the youth. Obesity during childhood can harm the body in a variety of ways. Children who have obesity are more likely to develop prediabetes and increased risk of type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. Childhood obesity is also related to psychological problems, of which I will get into later on. As I've mentioned earlier, there are many factors contributing to obesity. However, shall only focus on 3 today. First factor is diet and the lack of physical activity. The most cause of obesity is through excess calorie intake versus less caloric expenditure. In this modern world, we tend to overeat and therefore consume more calories. While it is alarming, it can be managed through physical activity. However, this brings us to physical inactivity. Nowadays, a sedentary lifestyle is very common among people of all ages, including children, who don't have the opportunity to use the energy that they've gained from the calorie-dense foods they've consumed, which causes weight gain. Here we can see what the NHS, also known as the National Health Service, recommends for us. The second point revolves around genetic factors. Genes influence every aspect of human physiology, development, and adaptation. Obesity is no exception, yet relatively little is known regarding the genes that contribute to obesity and the scale of so-called genetic environment interactions, the complex interplay between our genetic makeup and our life experiences. Third factor is that the disease of obesity is associated with a significant psychosocial burden. Many individuals who have obesity also struggle with issues related to their mood, self-esteem, quality of life, and body image. Several comprehensive reviews have suggested that between 20 and 60 to 20% of patients with obesity suffer from psychiatric illnesses such as depression, eating disorders, anxiety, and etc. This relates to my next slide. Weight teasing in adolescence and weight-related outcomes in adulthood. And what that meant with regards to weight-related outcomes in childhood and adulthood, what they've done was identify this teasing either from peers or family predicted adverse eating and weight-related outcomes 15 years later. They've collected this data from 1,830 individuals from 1999 to 2015 in diverse groups of adolescents. What they found was that weight-based teasing did predict higher BMI and obesity 15 years later. They found BMI increases that led to binge eating, more dieting, unhealthy weight control, which then affected the body image. Moving on, this slide revolves around youth responsibility in this matter. Sorry. Which is to raise the voices of our youth to encourage sharing of experiences, regardless of how successful or unsuccessful it was. Encourage spreading of facts and concerns on obesity on social media platforms. And lastly, advocate for improvement in policies on obesity. Thank you. That will be all from me.
All right. Thank you so much, Alia, for that presentation. And does any of our participants here have any questions for Alia?
Hi, yeah, I have a question. In terms of behavioral methods for weight regulation, does it only involve dietary change?
Hi, thank you for your question. This is about behavioral methods for weight regulation, am I correct? Well, it depends. I think of behavior as encompassing not only the diet quality, but also looking at the quality and consistency of physical activity, right? So we need at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity per week, based upon the 2008 guidelines from the US Department of Health and Human Services. What we've seen from studies is that the physical activity rate has increased dramatically over the last 10 years. However, the obesity rates have also increased. So it goes to show you that physical activity is one thing that can potentially help quell the obesity pandemic. It's not the end all be all. When we're looking at the behavior, many obesity patients do struggle with psychological contributors to weight and weight regulation. So they may need extensive work with psychologists or psychiatrists to delve into issues that are leading to maladaptive behaviors, like we've talked about. So that may be a part of that. So it depends on the individual. And so it encompasses a lot of the behavioral motivational intervening surrounding some of those issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kaira, for that question. And does any other participant here have any questions for Alia? All right, if we don't have any more questions from any participants here, do we have any questions from the YouTube live stream? All right, we have our first question. And the question is, why do you think the prevalence of overweight or obesity or obese adolescents has been increasing throughout the years?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I think, as I've mentioned before, we've been living a sedentary lifestyle these days, and especially involving children. We have at home like our iPads, computers, laptops. We really are able to do much outside now, as they're more focused on those type of things and are more interested in those type of things than the things we get to do outside. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. And do we have another question for Alia? All right, the question is, what type of studies have concluded that genes are linked to obesity?
Thank you for your question. Well, genes give the body instructions for responding to changes in its environment. Studies of resemblances and differences among family members, twins, and adoptees offer indirect scientific evidence that a sizable portion of the variation in weight among adults is due to genetic factors. Other studies have compared obese and non-obese people for variation in genes that could influence behaviors, such as a drive to overeat, or a tendency to be sedentary, or metabolism, such as a diminished capacity to use dietary fats as fuel, or an increased tendency to store fat. These studies have identified variants in several genes that can contribute to obesity by increasing hunger and food intake. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other questions from the YouTube Live? All right, so our next question is, why is promoting advocacy with youth in particular a promising strategy for obesity control?
Thank you for your question. First, the youth are deeply affected by obesity and its long-term health, psychological, and social consequences. Second, involving youth has the potential to maximize change and impact. Decision makers may be less cynical about their motives and less prone to reject their requests. Third, I think not only can youth obesity benefit society, but the benefits are bidirectional. Engagement in advocacy can improve a variety of developmentally relevant psychosocial processes, including self-esteem, self-efficacy, and feelings of empowerment. Young people tend to possess enthusiasm and optimism that can be harnessed to promote community-based changes. Research showed that youth who became involved with advocacy programs were able to enact changes in their school and community environments. Thus, youth from disadvantaged communities may have the most to gain from youth advocacy. Finally, youth naturally form groups, which can be convenient for training and can generate more powerful advocacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And any other questions from our YouTube live stream? All right, so our next question is, referring to the last slide, why is advocating for policy changes important?
Thank you for your question. Advocating for policy changes creates a healthy environment that prioritizes obesity as a health issue. We're working to change policies to build the right support systems for the future. When it comes to identifying solutions to address obesity, framing matters a lot. And so, how these policies are crafted, not from a legislative point of view, but how they're framed to the public, can really impact support for what the public decides to get behind. As with this high profile issue, public support can matter a lot. So, a lot of thought needs to go into how we frame this issue around obesity to ensure that programs that stand to help these people the most can actually get pushed forward. Alia.
All right. Do we have any more questions from our YouTube live stream? All right, that's all the questions that we have. And does any other of our participants have any more questions for Alia? All right. If we do not have any more questions, I actually have a question for Alia. So when you talk about obesity, you kind of relate it to body image as well. And personally, I've seen many times that when somebody slightly obese tries to turn into a healthy lifestyle, there are people that will say that, oh, don't you appreciate your body, or your body isn't that bad, you aren't that obese. But personally, they want to do it for themselves. For example, how can you shift the perspective of others before they judge someone?
Can you rephrase that question a bit more?
Yeah, sure. So what can we do to let other people know that when somebody that's obese, or for anyone in general, wants to move their lifestyle to a healthier one, it doesn't mean that we are ungrateful for our body, or we are like having a bad lifestyle. So, and a lot of times people will say that, oh, aren't you grateful, or stuff like that. So how can we like sort of change that?
Oh, yes. So, obesity. I feel we should always love our body for what it is. But obesity, it is not healthy, and we all know that. And being overweight, no matter, it's really good that people want to change and like have a healthier lifestyle. So they shouldn't matter what other people say. And they should really focus on themselves and knowing that they're gonna have a healthier body, a healthier lifestyle when they're doing that.
All right,
That'll
thank
be
you
all.
so much for answering my question. And thank you to everyone who asked questions for Alia. And thank you again, Alia, for that really insightful presentation. And now we shall welcome our next presenter. Let's give a warm welcome to Kaira Yip for her presentation.
Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So good day to everyone here. My name is Kaira Yip. I'm a 16-year-old studying in SNK USJ 8 located in Malaysia. So my topic today is eating disorders and bad body image. So this topic may be sensitive or triggering to some people. So I would like to apologize in advance if I may say anything that affects you in any way. So just a disclaimer, I am not a professional, and all the information provided here in my presentation today is strictly based on my personal understanding and research. And for further in-depth explanation, seeking qualified professional advice is recommended. So before we dive deeper into my presentation, let's just take a look at what we'll be talking about today. So there are quite a few topics that we'll be going through. Due to time constraints, we'll be going through some of them pretty quickly. So first, do you guys know what is an eating disorder? Like, do you fully understand it? Do you think it's just wanting to be skinny or wanting to lose weight. I can tell you this, no, it is not that simple. So if you Google the term eating disorders, they will tell you this. Eating disorders are behavioral conditions characterized by severe and persistent disturbance in eating behaviors, and it is associated with distressing thoughts and emotions. So eating disorders are often associated with preoccupations of food, weight, and or shape with anxiety about eating or the consequences of eating certain foods. So eating disorders do not discriminate and are observed in many people of different ages, racial, ethnic backgrounds, body weights, and genders. In severe cases, eating disorders can cause serious health consequences and may even result in death if left untreated. So some people may say that eating disorders typically occurs in adolescence or young adulthood, but do bear in mind that it is not limited to these life stages only and can be observed in everybody. So what are some common causes of eating disorders? So the first one is genetics and biology. Now, generally, people don't know this, but genetics and biology do have a part in the development of an ED. So certain people may actually have genes or brain chemicals that may play a role in developing an eating disorder. Not just that, even coming from a family with a history of eating disorders can increase a person's risk of developing one. A portion of this increased risk could be due to the modeling of eating disorder-linked behaviors within the family itself. So, for example, witnessing and observing a family member who is constantly dieting or constantly talking bad about their own body. So, personality traits are also associated with the development of an ED. Certain people inherit personality traits that can be associated with it, such as obsessive thinking, perfectionistic tendencies, sensitivity to reward and punishment, emotional sensitivity, hypersensitivity, impulsivity, and rigidity. So do bear in mind that there is no evidence that there is a single gene that can cause an eating disorder. So next we have psychological and emotional health. So people with eating disorders are usually associated with psychological and emotional health. So they may have low self-esteem, perfectionism, impulsive behavior, troubled personal relationships, feelings of inadequacy, lack of control in life, and also difficulty expressing emotions and feelings. The third cause would be mental health. So one's mental health definitely plays a huge role, and risk factors can include anxiety, depression, trauma, such as childhood or sexual abuse, as well as social stresses such as peer pressure, bullying, etc. Now, this is body image. So body image can be related to weight teasing, having a fixation with a thin body, and usually people with an eating disorder or people who are likely to develop an eating disorder tend to determine their own self-worth by their body shape or by their body weight. And last but not least, we have environmental factors. So environmental factors include events or influences in an individual's life, such as diet culture, social media, and cultural pressures, which glorify thinness or muscularity and place value in a certain body weight or shape. And nowadays in society, people tend to define beauty with a certain body shape or weight, which impacts a lot of people these days to strive for that specific look of beauty. So now for common types of eating disorders. So these four are most commonly known. I'm pretty sure you all know what is anorexia and bulimia, but a lot of people don't know binge eating disorder or BED and orthorexia. So anorexia nervosa is the self-starvation and weight loss which results in a low weight for one's height and age. It is usually driven by intense fear of weight gain. So people with anorexia nervosa sometimes intermittently binge eat and or purge by vomiting or misusing laxatives. So to properly diagnose anorexia, the DSM-5 actually states that the person has to engage in persistent energy intake restriction and also has a disturbance in their own perception of their body. Now for bulimia nervosa includes three specific features, which are recurrent episodes of binge eating, inappropriate compensatory behaviors to prevent weight gain, and the self-evaluation that is influenced by body weight and shape. So if you're wondering what is a binge is eating a normal amount of food in a discrete period of time and feeling the lack of control while eating it. So binges are usually followed by compensatory behaviors to prevent weight gain, which can include fasting, vomiting, laxative misuse, and compulsive exercise. People with bulimia are also preoccupied with the thought of food, weight, and shape of body, which will negatively impact their self-worth. Next, we have BED. BED include binge eating episodes. So to differ from bulimia, BED does not include any inappropriate behaviors to compensate binge episodes. So people with BED typically eat unusually large amounts of food in a relatively short periods of time and also feel the lack of control during the binges. And they don't use any other inappropriate behaviors to compensate for their binges. So they don't excessively exercise or they don't purge. And lastly, we have orthorexia. So orthorexia is orthorexia is the obsession with proper or healthy eating, and it generally focuses on the quality rather than the quantity of food. So proper and healthy eating is good, but sometimes that little concern of eating healthy becomes an obsession, and that has become all that a person can think about. So some signs of orthorexia would include compulsive checking of ingredients lists and nutrition facts, cutting out an increasing number of food or food groups entirely, high level of distress when healthy food aren't available, and also obsessively following a healthy lifestyle. So orthorexia happens when behavior of healthy eating turns into a full-blown obsession. So here are some signs that someone is suffering from an ED. I won't be going through all of them due to time constraints, but feel free to take a screenshot of this so that you can look back at it whenever you need to. So these are the physical signs. Now let's move on to the emotional and behavioral signs. So some of it include the loss of control while eating. So sorry about this. Okay, so some of it include loss of control while eating in secret, hiding food in abnormal places. These are some other signs that is also related to eating disorders. So how do you speak to someone or help someone? So the first one would be to encourage them to seek help. We as normal people or family members, we are not really qualified to help someone properly because sometimes we don't even know what they're going through. So for them to seek help is the first step in recovery, and It may be hard, so we need to encourage them. Second one would to be avoid subject of weight and be mindful of triggers. So weight can be a very sensitive topic to people with eating disorders, so it's always best to avoid them. Next, you can offer to help prepare meals because sometimes food is hard for them, and during meal times can be even harder because sometimes they don't even want to eat. So you can always offer to help them prepare their meals. Next one would be to educate yourself. It is very important to know properly about the eating disorder that you think the person may have, because then only we are aware of what they are going through and may be more mindful when we help them. So next would be to be patient and supportive. Sometimes when we talk to them, they don't want to open up or they would just shut down. And it's important that we don't give up and we support them. Avoid shaming and blaming. It is not your fault that they have this disorder. It's something that sometimes they can't even control. So avoid shaming them or blaming them and saying like, you just have to accept yourself. Next one would to be avoid giving simple solutions. If eating disorders was simple, nobody would have it. If it was a simple thing that can be resolved in just a simple talk, then people nowadays won't even have it. So don't just tell them like, you just have to eat. You just need to love yourself, because sometimes these words won't help them at all. Last would to be listen without judgment. It's important that we always listen with an open mind and listen to them with a big heart. So how does bad body image relate to eating disorders? Bad body image is often characterized by the dissatisfaction with appearance. And it relates because then it encourages the people to engage in behaviors such as extreme dieting, checking and or avoidance in an attempt to ameliorate the dissatisfaction. And many people with eating disorders place a very high value on their own body shape and weight when determining their own self-worth. So disordered eating versus eating disorders. Many people get confused between these two because, it's just two words, but upside down. So disordered eating is not eating disorders per se. It is an abnormal behavior that can potentially become dangerous and may lead to eating disorders in the future if left untreated. Not everyone with disordered eating will develop an ED. So usually disordered eating occurs when individuals eat for other reasons than hunger and nourishment, and it can vary from anything that is considered abnormal to a near eating disorder. Some examples would be binging and purging, emotional eating, and extreme dieting. So what differs between the two of them? That would be the frequency and severity of an abnormal eating pattern that differentiates between eating disorders and disordered eating. So up to half of the individuals in the world actually demonstrate problematic or disordered relationships with food. So how do you prevent disordered eating? So the first way would to be avoid trendy diets, including crash diets. These diets usually include a lot of restriction, which can damage your relationship with food and lead you to thinking about food in a bad way. So set healthy limits on exercise and learn to move your body in ways that bring you joy. Exercise is good, but over-exercising is not. So do not push yourself too hard if you feel that you've done enough, and learn to move your body in ways that bring you joy. Do not exercise for the sake of losing weight, but exercise because you want to for yourself and because you want to be healthy. Throw away the scale if it makes you feel bad about yourself. So constantly weighing yourself and looking at the numbers and feeling unsatisfied can damage your relationship with food as well. So if it makes you feel, if the numbers make you feel bad about yourself and constantly brings you down, then don't look at the numbers. And stop all negative body talk. Our body is our temple. it allows us to move throughout the day. So we should appreciate it and try to learn to love it. So that's all from my presentation today. I hope you guys have got something from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaira, for that really interesting and eye-opening presentation. And now let's have our Q&A session. And does any of our participants here have any questions for Kaira?
Hi. First of all, that was a really good presentation. How can someone who has overcome their eating disorder not fall back into that lifestyle?
So that's a very good question. Thank you for that. I think it is important to always remember why you started recovery in the first place. The fact that you realize that you have a problem with food and you can take that step to better your relationship, I think it would be the main reason why you shouldn't fall back. And you always keep in mind that food isn't your enemy. You look at food as a way to nourish your body and nourish yourself. So I think setting healthy limits to every single thing and also a balanced diet and a balanced lifestyle is key in remaining a healthy relationship with food. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Alia, for that question. And do any of our participants here have any other questions for Kaira? All right, if we don't have any more questions from our participants here, let's move on to the questions from our YouTube Live. Do we have any from there? All right, we have, our first one is, how can we create a positive body image for ourselves?
So this is also a very good question. It can be very hard, to be honest. It'd be very hard to 100% love yourself. And I think it's okay, if you don't like certain aspects of yourself here sometimes, because it is definitely 100% human to feel like you're not good enough. But always keep in mind that your body is yours. You shouldn't let somebody determine what your body should be. So like social media, it can affect us in so many ways by thinking our body should look a certain way. And that is not true. Our bodies are all different, and realizing that we are all different shapes and sizes is definitely the first step in creating a positive body image for yourself. So if you realize that you are different, this is how you were meant to be, is the first step to you having appreciation for your own body.
All right, thank you so much, Kaira, for answering that question. And do we have another question from our YouTube Live? All right, so our next question is, some people are under the impression that bulimia and anorexia are the same thing. How do we differentiate these two eating disorders?
So as I mentioned just now, anorexia is like starvation. It can be also binge eating, but it's mostly starvation. So anorexia, most people with anorexia, this is based on my research, most people with anorexia tend to not eat. So they would prefer to just starve or just be away from food at all in order to lose weight, because they feel that that is the only way for them to lose weight. While for bulimia, a lot of people with bulimia will eat. They will eat and binge, which means that they will eat a lot of food, and then they would have compensatory behaviors after it. So that means after they eat, they would purge, or they would take laxatives to help them vomit, or they would exercise excessively to compensate for that binge eating behavior. So I think the main difference between bulimia and anorexia is that bulimia includes a lot of compensatory behaviors to compensate for the food that they eat, while anorexia might not have that same compensatory behaviors and might just be starvation.
All right, thank you for that question. And do we have another question from the YouTube Live? All right, so our next question is, can a slim person have a binge eating disorder? If yes, how can they recognize it if they don't gain weight or already eat little in the first place?
So this is a good question. In my opinion, yes, slim people or people who are already with the beauty standards with the perfect body can have eating disorders and binge eating disorders too. So there are a lot of people who may binge eat, but you don't see them gain weight. And sometimes this is due to genetics or their metabolism. And I think if they don't recognize it, it is always good for somebody to point it out. But do keep in mind that sometimes these topics can be very sensitive. So when pointing it out to someone, you have to do it in a very discreet way, and you have to try to make them like comfortable that you're not accusing them of having a disorder. Because sometimes people, when they hear disorder, they would immediately think like you're sick. And sometimes they'll get offended by that. So if they already eat little in the first place, so usually binge eating would be constantly thinking about food. You constantly want to eat, and that will lead you to the point where you don't even know that you're not even hungry and you're eating. So, sometimes a lot of people don't recognize it, that they eat too much. And it's always good for somebody to maybe like help them point it out.
All right, thank you so much for the question. And do we have any other questions from our YouTube live stream? All right, the next question is, in relation to the competitive nature of eating disorders, many teens feel hesitant to open up to peers. What alternative parties may be suitable?
So I think it is true that many people feel hesitant to open up to their peers because, yeah, it's like it can be awkward, and they feel like you're not good enough. So I think opening up to someone takes a lot of trust and takes a lot of trustworthiness between the two people. So it really depends on the person itself, on what party they want to choose. So if you feel comfortable with your family, or your if you have like a certain teacher or certain someone that can help you go through this journey and can help you in your stage of recovery, it's always good to open up to them if you feel comfortable. So finding someone that you trust is definitely key in choosing someone that you want to talk about your relationship with food. Even if you're like not sure if you have disordered eating or eating disorders, if you know that you may have a problem with your relationship with food, it is always good to find someone that can help you. So I would say any party is suitable if you feel the trust and if you are comfortable and you know that they can help you through it.
All right, thank you so much for the question. Do we have another question from our YouTube live? All right, our next question is, how can we prevent parents from body shaming their children?
I think now in this day and age, a lot of children or kids are indirectly being body shamed. And the parents might not even know it, because they might just say things like, why are you eating so much? Or like, can you eat more? It's like, oh, you're putting on so much weight. And, sometimes the parents don't realize that these statements can hurt someone's feeling. They can hurt their own children's feelings. So I think it's good that if you feel up to it, you can always talk to them. Like, you can ask them why they say these type of things, or like, why are they accusing them of like not eating or eating too much. Like, you have to tell them that you're comfortable with that amount of food. Example, if they
accuse you for always eating too much, try to talk to them. It may be hard, yes, because sometimes your parents may be close-minded and they might not want to listen to you. But if they really don't want to listen to you, it's always good to maybe get someone around their age as well, because sometimes parents listen best to other parents or other older people that they may look up to or they know that are trustworthy. So maybe you can try to get the other person to talk to your parents, and hopefully your parents will understand.
All right, thank you so much. And do we have any more questions from the YouTube Live? All right, that's all from our YouTube Live audience. Thank you again to all of you for asking really intriguing questions. And thank you to Kaira again for your wonderful presentation. I really got to know more about bad body image as well as eating disorders on a whole other level. So, and without further ado, let's now welcome our next presenter, Tiara Faiza Izdihar Susanto, for her presentation.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Tiara Faizistia Susanto. I live in Samarinda, Kalimantan, Indonesia. I'm a student in SMA Negeri 10 Samarinda. I'm majoring in mathematics and natural science. And now I just started my final year in my high school. I'm planning to enter economics and business school after I graduate from high school, and I'm strongly interested in social issues, economics, and politics. SAEYLS is the third forum and my first international forum I attend, so this is a new experience for me. But thanks to you all, you made my first experience become memorable. Okay, I will start my share screen now. These days, diabetes can be a threat to the young generation. Supported by many modern technologies and social media, young people tend to have unhealthy lifestyle. Young people tend to have less activity and unhealthier food than the previous generation. The consumption of unhealthy food can lead to dangerous disease, such as diabetes. Can you imagine how fatal it is when your body does not work well? Today, I will explain about diabetes and how to anticipate it. This presentation is aiming to raise the awareness of the young generation regarding the risk of diabetes. There are a lot of diabetes cases. About 5.8% of the world population is diabetics. And now diabetes also occurs in the young generation. The recent case is Caden Hall, an 11 years old boy who died because of undiagnosed diabetes. From that, we can conclude that there are a lot of people who aren't aware of diabetes in children and teenagers. About 450 million people worldwide and 96 million in Southeast Asia have diabetes. 1.5 million deaths are directly attributed to diabetes each year. Both the number of cases and the prevalence of diabetes have been steadily increasing over the few decades. Diabetes became the number 7 on the cause of deaths worldwide. So what is diabetes? Diabetes is a chronic disease that occurs either when the pancreas does not produce enough insulin or when the body cannot effectively use the insulin it produces. Insulin is a hormone that regulates blood sugar. Hyperglycemia or raised blood sugar is common effect of uncontrolled diabetes and over time leads to serious damage to many of the body system, especially the nerves and blood vessels. In 2014, 8.5% of adults aged 18 years and older had diabetes. Between 2000 and 2016, there was a 5% increase in premature mortality from diabetes. Diabetes is known as an old people disease, but is that true? This is not true. The fact is that everyone at any age has the possibility of getting diabetes. It also depends on your lifestyle, physical activity, and genetics. As you can see, this condition might happen to any of us. Childhood obesity are rising, and so are the type of type 2 diabetes in youth. More than 75% of the children with type 2 diabetes have a close relative who has it too. But it's not always because of the family members are related. It can also be because they share certain habits that can increase their risk. So diabetes has two types. Around 10% of all people with diabetes have type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is caused by an autoimmune reaction where the body's defense system attacks the cells that produce insulin. As a result, the body produces very little or no insulin. Type 1 diabetes can affect people at any age, but usually develops in children and young adults. Type 2 diabetes is the most common type of diabetes, accounting for around 90% of all diabetes cases. It is generally characterized by insulin resistance, where the body does not fully respond to insulin. Because insulin cannot work properly, blood glucose level keep rising and releasing more insulin. For some people with type 2 diabetes, this can eventually exhaust the pancreas, resulting in the body producing less and less insulin, causing even higher blood sugar levels or hyperglycemia. Type 2 diabetes is most commonly diagnosed in older adults, but is increasingly seen in children, adolescents, and younger adults due to the rising level of obesity, physical inactivity, and poor diet. The most common diabetes disease is diabetes type 2. So we will talk in more detail about diabetes type 2. So what causes diabetes type 2? The first one is weight. Being overweight or obese is a main risk. Other than that, fat distribution is also one of the cause of diabetes. Storing fat mainly in your abdomen indicates a greater risk. The second one is blood lipid levels. An increased risk is associated with low levels of high-density lipoprotein or HDL cholesterol, the good cholesterol, and high levels of triglycerides. The third one is family history. The risk of type 2 diabetes increases if your parent or sibling has type 2 diabetes. The next one is pregnancy-related risk. Your risk of developing type 2 diabetes increases if you develop the gestational diabetes when you were pregnant or if you gave birth to a baby weighing more than 9 pounds or 4 kilograms. The next one is age. The risk of type 2 diabetes increases as you get older, especially after the age of 35. But it is important to maintain your body from a young age. The next one is race and ethnicity. Although it's unclear why, but people of certain races and ethnicities, including Black, Hispanic, Native American, Asian people, and also Pacific Islanders, are more likely to develop type 2 diabetes than white people are. The last one is an inactivity. The less active you are, the greater your risk. Physical activity helps you to control your weight, uses up glucose as energy, and makes your cells more sensitive to insulin. Now, the symptoms of diabetes. Symptoms of diabetes include increased thirst and urination, increased hunger, sores that do not heal, blurred vision, numbness or tingling in your feet or hands, fatigue, and unexplained weight loss. If you find some of the symptom occurs on your body, please do not hesitate to see the doctor before it's too late. High blood sugar damages organ and tissues throughout your body. The higher your blood sugar is, the longer you live with it, the greater your risk for complications. The complications associated with diabetes include heart disease, stroke, vision loss, hearing loss, foot damage such as infection and sores that do not heal, skin conditions such as bacterial and fungal infections, depressions, and also dementia. Now, how diabetes affect our life. I believe that physical health has a contribution to mental health and vice versa. Can you imagine a life with a body that doesn't work well, doesn't work as it should be? It can lead to stressness that makes you cannot enjoy your life. You will have some restriction as a diet to control your insulin. You need to have insulin shot every day or even every single time you want to eat. At some point, people with diabetes can feel guilty, desperate, or fall into depression. We don't want it to happen, right? Nah, what about people with no diabetes? Sure, we still need to take good care of our body. We have to take the responsibility to maintain our body. Maybe doing some light workout or consuming the right amount of food will help you to maintain your body. It's not about beauty standards or something, but your health. It is fine to have curvy or skinny body. No, it is pretty as long as you're healthy. But if you have too much or not enough fat in your body, it can lead to many diseases. We still have a lot of time. There's a lot of places we want to visit someday. We also have many goals in life with a lot of interesting journeys waiting in front of us. So please take good care of your body. And for people with diabetes out there, I genuinely hope that everything's okay. Even if you have diabetes, it's not a reason for you to stop here. You need to shine and enjoy your life no matter what. Now I will explain about how to prevent diabetes. The first one is cut sugar, refined carbs, and minimize your intake of processed food. Eating foods with high refined carbs and sugar increases in blood sugar and insulin levels, which may lead to diabetes over time. Avoiding these foods might help reduce your risk. Minimizing processed foods and focusing on whole foods with protective effects on health may help decrease the risk of diabetes. The second one is eat a high fiber diet. Consuming a good fiber source at each meal can help to prevent spikes in blood sugars and insulin levels, which may help reduce the risk of developing diabetes. The third one is drinking water as your primary beverage. Drinking water instead of other beverages may help you to control your blood sugar and insulin levels, thereby reducing the risk of diabetes. The next one is quit smoking. Smoking is strongly linked to the risk of diabetes, especially in heavy smokers. Quitting has been shown to reduce the risk over time. The next one is lose weight. If you're overweight and maintain your ideal weight. Carrying excess weight, particularly in the abdominal area, increases the likelihood of developing diabetes. Losing weight may significantly reduce the risk of diabetes. The last one is avoid sedentary behaviors and work out regularly. Avoiding sedentary behaviors like excessive sitting, or laziness has been shown to reduce your risk of getting diabetes. Performing physical activity on regular basis can increase insulin secretion and sensitivity, which may help prevent the progression from pre-diabetes to diabetes. It might be hard for you to do all of these ones, but please do it. A small progress is still a progress. We don't want to suffer our whole life, like, right? So do it even slowly. So be aware of your health and nutrition needs. Diabetes is a dangerous medical condition that can affect your whole life. It is not curable, and as same as other chronic disease, diabetes requires a lot of money for treatment. You can prevent it with a healthy lifestyle and start it with a tiny thing in your daily life, such as decreasing your sugar consumption and increasing physical activity. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tiara, for that very interesting and insightful presentation. And do any of our participants here have any questions for Tiara regarding her presentation?
Yes, I do. I'm quite curious about these things, like COVID-19 pandemic, like today has like forced us to being in lockdown for quite quite a long time, and that leads to much higher incidence rate of diabetes.
Okay. In some research, it is found that lockdown can cause the higher incidence rate of diabetes. In a research in India, found out that there was a trend towards weight gain seen in some of the cohort with the population experiencing a 2.1 until 5 kilograms weight increment. It showed that an increased risk of type 2 diabetes consequent to weight gain during 49 days of lockdowns in India. Weight gain occurred in some patients. During lockdown, increase in carbohydrate intake, decrease in exercise, and mental stressness in patients with type 2 diabetes. Factors might help destabilize hyperglycemia and hypertension.
I also have another one, and is that I feel like diabetes process in some kinds of cyclic, like as we know in like cyclic, like eat food and then it's make insulin, and there's not enough insulin, and so sugar stored as a fat, and then we feel tired and hungry, and then we eat food again. And just want to know your opinion that what is the factor that like we can break out of this cycle if we got to be diabetes?
Okay. Insulin is a hormone that processes glucose to be energy to human activities. In normal people, they can produce enough insulin to transfer glucose into energy to support their daily activities. If we don't have enough activities to use the energy, it becomes fat and stores in our body. Excessive fat can make us lazy to do daily activities. And the result, we choose to eat again and again. The thing that we can do to break this cycle is to control our activity and our calories. Our calories intake must be equal to our body's need. High calories for people who do heavy activity don't to do many things. Don't be greedy. Sometimes we just want to eat, not because we're hungry, right? We shouldn't do it. If you feel like you want to eat that, maybe you can manipulate yourself with water. Water is 0 calories. It's the safest way, I guess.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey, for your questions. And do we have any more questions from our participants here? All right, if we don't, we shall move on with the questions from our YouTube live stream. All right, our first question from the YouTube live stream is, it says, can people with diabetes still consume foods that contain sugar?
Of course, sugar still needs in people with diabetes body, because if the sugar level is dropped by and it can be damage their body, and it is dangerous for diabetics. The point is we should, as diabetes, we should control our consumption of sugar, so it not danger our body.
All right, thank you for that question. And do we have a next question? All right, our next question is, what are some examples of foods that we consume every day which can increase our risk of getting diabetes?
There's a lot of food that contains a lot of sugar. The famous one is, boba. Yeah, it contains a lot of sugar, and we like to consume it every day, but it is not good for our health. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that question. And do we have a next question from the YouTube Live? All right, so the question says, oftentimes parents disregard a child's concern for medical help, which causes the child to be left undiagnosed. How do we, as the youth, tell parents to listen to their children?
Okay, oftentimes our parent disregards a child concern. Okay, yeah, it's cliche, but yeah, we need to tell them there's no other option. Then we told them that we have some kind of change on our body, so we need some help from the professional. So yeah, or yeah, maybe we can just talk to another family member, siblings, or even our auntie, like yeah, other people gitu. Okay, that's
I'm
my
so
answer.
sorry, I was muted. All right, thank you so much for the question. And do we have any more questions from the YouTube Live? All right, so the question that we have is, how many calories should we eat so we won't have excess fat that cause diabetes?
Okay, it is not something I can answer. Actually, it depends on your age, activity, and also your environment. But if you want to know about this, you may see the professional like a doctor, nutritionist, or even dietitian.
All right, thank you so much, Tiara. And that will be our last question from the YouTube Live. Thank you again, Tiara, for that really interesting presentation. Personally, I learned a lot about diabetes that I really never knew before this. So thank you for that. And now we will be taking a 5-minute break. We'll be back shortly at 5:20 p.m. Malaysian time. So I'll see all of you shortly. Hi everyone, our short break has just ended, so it would be great if all of you could come back here and welcome our next presenter. Let's give a warm welcome to Noor Sophia for her presentation.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Patna from Etistam Education Cambodia, and I'm going to present about the change during adolescence. That review change that are necessary and normal in adolescence, and different way that adolescents experience this change, and how how caring adult to support the healthy development. So here is our content. Today we're going to focus about our physical development, emotional development, and also the self-care in adolescence. Adolescent being around the age 11 to 18 years old, and adolescents are also called teenager. Each area of development is intertwined with physical, social, and emotional development, along with socio cultural and environmental influence and experience. This experience allows adults to try out different identity and help them to build their capacity to crop. So they can take the challenge of growing up and become more independent. So let's go to our physical development. So the human body undergoes several changes during adolescence. So for boy, they have we can see some change that the voice become deeper, the shoulder become wider than the hip, and the hair grow on the face and body, and also the public area as well. And for girls, we also see that the breast develop, the hip become wider than the shoulder, and the armpit are sweat, and also the hair grow on the underarm and also the public area. So here we're going to talk about our emotional development. So adolescence is really exciting time for emotional development because a lot of things that going on, and young people are really increasing the ability to perceive, to manage emotions. And these are also particular for big changes that are happening in emotional and social development. So one of those had to do with self-awareness increasing. So this ability to sort of understanding how what do I feel, and whenever young kid has a simpler ways to describing their emotion, or may say that I feel good or I feel bad. Um, Adolescents are getting increasingly able to have more known understanding of emotions and being able to identify their emotion across a range, being disappointed, being frustrated, being excited or curious. So growing sense of this emotional vocabulary and self-awareness. A second change is growing social awareness. Um, so understanding more about what the other people feels and developing empathy and sort of ability to perspective to take a greater degree. The third is self-management. So how can I control my feeling or my emotions when I'm feeling really intense feeling? Whenever they feel positive or negative, and this is take a work, of course. So it's sort of an ongoing process over adolescence. And finally, adolescents are also changing a lot in their ability to manage their peer relationship, sort of understanding more about how to make and keep friends and emotional awareness of oneself. And the other is, of course, it's really important for that process. So all of this is going on, and at the same time, there as well, we know this biological and physical and emotional change. So that just makes things that more complicated, right? That is the context. So the teen are likely to have a lot of emotional about all the change, and they are going through all these emotional um, and range from feeling proud, excited, or frustrated, all of these above. And research show that teens tend to have more intense emotions. And of course, this is all, and of course, this is all, going on, come up with a context and all of these new things that they are experiencing physically, biologically, and socially. um, and the context and environment has a big impact here. So, for example, that if a teenager have is either more physically developed or less physically developed than most of their peer, so this is probably going to cause some stress and emotional response. So similarly, you know, a young person may feel that they are being given more responsibility than they can handle, or less responsibility that they can handle to make for an emotional response. um, so I think this is really important to take an account to fit between what is happening in a teen and environment or context that their emotional well-being. So in terms of factors that are related to or define emotional development, both hormone and what is changing in our body as well as self-management skills have a lot to do with our how adolescents navigate this process. So there are a lot of situations that can create stress for adolescents, and these can be both positive and sort of thing, like having a new romantic relationship, or having a new success at school. But this processing also can create some stress in terms of anticipating what come next, like how can I handle it, or how do I navigate this. And this is also the situations that they are more challenging or navigate that can come up, including um, bullying, peer pressure, or engage in behavior or use substance. Academic demands, or may become more intense for youth who living in uh, poverty. There are many stressors that may come up, including food security, housing, stability, community violence, and the sort of thing that these are all important as well. Um, in terms of how adolescents to navigate, so this is important for adolescents to become more independent, their problem solving, and how to manage their situations. So this is according to PISA, the National Assessment Highlight, showing that the percentage of students who reported the following health problems over a year prior to PISA test. So as we can see that we see almost 18% of students at the age of 15 years old, they are getting cold or flu. But what are we also seeing that highlight here is also, it's almost 77, 27% of students are also so that they are having a depression. So this is also the context that show that the change during adolescence are caused to their mental problem. So let's move on. because of that problem that we saw. So that's why I want to raise up about our self-compassion. So awareness of how to treat themselves when they fell or fell short. So it means that we acknowledge about our bad feelings so we can move past over them more quickly. And self-compassion is it's not about selfish, when we showing our compassion to ourselves, it means that we are more compassionate to the other as well. But some people confuse that self-compassion mean that you are selfish, you only do something for yourself, but it's not. Be good to yourself. It's not. Um, it's not. It's not a selfish. Actually, it's about how you treat yourself well, or whenever some the other people stay with you or not, but you still have yourself right there for you. And of course, because the positive social and emotional development can help them create success both educationally and their future career. They build problem solving skills and learn empathy and become more thoughtful about how they respond in challenging situations. So that's why we need to have some self-care in adolescence. So as we know that during the age, we all must have to go to school. So making a study schedule is really important because we have a lot of things to do every day, assignments, homework projects. So that's why it will help you to control your time and going as able to set a priority on thing that you need to do and on effective manner. So when you set your time for your study, it means that you will know that what you're going to do next for your day, what are you going to complete, and then how many free time that you have for, or how many hours that you have for free for what are you going to do for yourself. And one more thing is about getting enough sleep. So it will help you to be productive. It help you to with your memory and your mental health condition as well. So adolescence is a time for even we have a lot of things to do, but it's still we still need time to sleep because some people are really busy. I don't know. It can be some people are playing games, some people are chatting with friends and do a lot of things, but they don't know that getting enough sleep is really helpful for them. So let's cutting down our unproductive thing and let's get enough sleep. And the last but not least is about eating well. So fruit and vegetable have a lot of protein and vitamin for you. So that helping you to boost your energy. It's not about fast food, okay? And that's all for today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Sophia, for that wonderful presentation. And do any of our participants here have any questions for Sophia? All right, if we have no questions for Sophia, do any of our YouTube live audience have any questions for Sophia? All right, our first question that we have is, we are all guilty of slacking off from our planned study schedule at certain times. How do we make sure we follow it?
Okay. So of course, we know that a lot of things just come up every day. So how can we plan our schedule? So we need to see that what is our priority that we need to do in a day. So for example, that we have an assignment, projects and homework, and also our school learning, our school daily learning. So the class must become first because it's a regular our schedule, daily schedule. So after that, we have some like for example, for some school they have a half of day for the school, and then another half of day for doing whatever they want. So that it's time for you to manage your time. What is going to be the deadline and what is your priority that you can put it first. So that's why you can make sure that we can follow it. Even sometimes we are not going to, we cannot control everything in a time. It may be something that just happen, emergency. So that's okay for just changing it a little bit, but at least you have to make sure that you are trying to control your time management as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the question. Do we have any other questions from the YouTube live? All right, so the next question is, what is the difference between empathy and sympathy?
So empathy, like what I did mention before, it's about how can you understand about what the other people feels about like you are have a sense of notice that the people around you are changing their mood or they feel happy or unhappy. Okay. And for yeah, I think that's the answer. So it's not much different.
All right, thank you so much for the questions. Do we have any more questions from the YouTube live? All right, that's all we have from the YouTube live audience. Do we have questions from any of our participants here once again? All right, so I have a question for Sophia. So you mentioned earlier about the changes during adolescence. How, and most of the time we only touch on the physical aspect of it. How can we sort of raise awareness on the more mental as well as the emotional side of it?
Okay, it's about raising awareness. It's about we are spending the time for ourselves as well. You know, being noted for yourself is really important to know that what is changing on ourselves, and like for example that we are in a mood which is our feeling is not it's not sustainable. Like we are feeling stressed, feeling frustrated, and then when we start know about ourselves, we start focus or spending about ourselves, reflecting what we have done for a whole day. Are we happy or are we enjoy with our days? And then what is the problem that what is the problem that why we are not happy with that? So we are trying to notice and find a find a real solution for yourself, because some people are enjoying with music, some people are spending their time with Netflix and then just make themselves happy and then just go for it, because it's nothing wrong. Even because you know, giving yourself a space is really important for our mental health. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sophia, for answering my question, as well as that really wonderful presentation. Now, let's welcome our next presenter, Jen Kanye R. Upper, for her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jan K. Apa from Philippine Science High School, Eastern Visayas Campus. Please allow me to share my screen. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to present our study entitled, entitled A Study on Philippine High School Students Amidst the New Normal. This study was worked on alongside my two other groupmates, Kristen Casas and Gwyneth De Paz. In 2020, lockdowns were imposed worldwide due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Human activities were forced to be stopped since everyone was required to stay at home. Because of this, education had to be continued using online platforms and other alternatives to continue education in the Philippines. in the setting of Philippine Science High School, Eastern Visayas campus. The modes of learning utilized were either modular or online learning. Different kinds of online platforms were utilized such as Google Meet, Gmail, Facebook Messenger, Discord, and the school's very own learning management system named Knowledge Hub or K-Hub. However, students started to voice out their concerns on social media platforms such as Twitter after a few months into this mode of learning. The hashtag Pisay Give Us a Break began to circulate in Twitter, which reached the news media. Certain news articles are actually found online regarding this topic. Here are some examples of tweets from the students. Hashtag Pisay Give Us a Break. I can't do the things I love because I feel guilty when I'm doing them. I am a Philippine Science High School scholar at may karapatan akong ilabas kung anong nararamdaman ko, which translate to, I am a Philippine Science High School scholar and I have the right to freely express my thoughts and whatever else that concerns me. And lastly, Rush Drawing. I hope Pisay sees how hard we are trying to keep up during online classes. Hashtag Pisay Give Us a Break, with a drawing attached to the tweet, which shows the problems PSHS students face this pandemic. These tweets from students pointed out how this online setup has been stressful and has greatly affected them. This became the researchers' motivation to focus on the students' perception of online learning and its effects on their mental well-being. The study aims to see online classes in the perspective of SYP students learning through online platforms and its effects on their mental being in order to provide insights leading to a more efficient way of how online classes should be conducted in the present. Existing literatures have focused on advantages and disadvantages of online learning. Some suggestions were also included. For the study of Agong, Sorticanti and Quinones, it suggests that there is a need for a more student-friendly platform to effectively cater students from rural areas. For the study of Baksek et al., online learning is shown to effectively increase knowledge, but there is not enough engagement in clinical and social skills. For the study of Mather and Sarkans, online learning's advantage is flexibility, accessibility, and convenience of balancing personal life. Face-to-face classes, on the other hand, has advantages of interaction with peers, faculty, and course content. However, these studies are only focused on other countries and is not local to the Philippines. Moreover, these studies do not discuss about how these perceptions of students affect their mental well-being. We will now be moving on the study's objectives. The main objective of the study is to gather survey data from the SYP students of PSHS EVC and analyze how school requirements affect them during online learning. Specific objectives were formulated to help us conduct the main objective. These are to identify aspects of online learning that affects SYP students positively, to identify aspects of online learning that affects SYP students negatively, and lastly, to gather suggestions from PSHS EVC students to help them manage workload during online learning. The next part to be discussed is the methods of the study. The study followed a descriptive survey design which focuses on SYP or senior students of PSHS EVC. The first step of the study is the sampling. The total population sums up to 174 students. With a confidence level of 95% and a margin of error of 5%, a sample size of 120 students was obtained using an online sample size calculator. After determining the sample size, we produced a survey regarding the perception of SYP students on online learning. This survey was approved by an expert research advisor from PSHS EVC. The survey was then distributed to the chosen respondents through the means of Google Forms. The survey was collected after 6 to 8 days. The researchers only received 92 responses due to certain obstacles such as responded interest, internet connection, availability, and time constraint. After finishing the collection, the data analysis was then done through construction of graphs and computation of the mean of each portion of the Likert scale. After analyzing the collected data, we came across a few major findings. For the e-learning platform satisfaction category, most of the students can easily navigate through and access learning resources in their currently used online platforms. And even though the students are knowledgeable in using online platforms, there are still other factors that affect their satisfaction. For the materials and assignment delivery, most students can understand the lessons completely, thus can answer all of the questions in the navigate portion of the learning guides or learning modules. This navigate portion refers to the part of the module where practice lessons can be found, as students need to reread the module to understand the lessons. For the study habits, students use the internet more than using reference books to help them in understanding lessons. In connection to materials and assignment delivery, students still need to search the internet or read reference books to understand the lessons completely. Most students are able to pass the requirements on time. However, procrastination is still observed in some of the students. The following conclusions can be made from the major findings. First is, students were pleased with the e-learning platforms. However, some obstacles affect their overall satisfaction, such as differences in internet speed, gadget availability and compatibility, and site responsiveness. Second, SYP students can answer all of the questions in the navigate portion of the module since they can fully understand the content of the lesson. However, additional aid is needed to gain further comprehension with the lesson, such as web searching and reading reference books. In addition, even though students understand the lessons, some students still find graded assessments difficult to answer. This may be due to the difficulty difference between ungraded and graded assessments. In connection with these conclusions made, the student's mental health can be related to the procrastination mentioned earlier in the major findings. Based on Ferrari and Morales' study, procrastination can cause students to engage less in positive behaviors that may help in dealing mental health problems. Moreover, Siroas mentioned that this may also be a sign of less self-compassion. Due to the need of students to search the internet for clarifications, they have prolonged exposure to gadgets, which may lead to stress, depression, and low self-esteem. This may impose health risks to SYP students. As mentioned previously, the students' e-learning platform satisfaction is affected by factors such as internet speed and gadget availability. According to the study of Cleophas and Roca, having a slow internet connection and unavailable gadgets can affect the risk of having COVID-19 anxiety. This may also affect site responsiveness. We also gathered suggestions from the survey. Most students suggested that workload should be lessened, which implies that they are overworked and overwhelmed by the deadlines. Some examples that suggest this are lesson workload, open deadlines or end-of-quarter deadlines for all requirements, and online meetings should not exceed the allotted time for lectures. That is all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so much, Jen, for that presentation. Do we have any participants here with a question for Jen?
Hi. I have a question. First of all, good presentation. My question is, in your personal opinion, is e-learning more or less effective than face-to-face classes for SYP students, and why? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Elsa. I personally think that it's difficult to decide which learning mode is more effective since both has its own advantages and disadvantages. Based on different literatures and findings over study, some advantages of e-learning are easy access of learning materials, reduced cost of transportation, paced learning, and safety from COVID-19. While the disadvantages of this mode of learning are lack of faculty and peer interaction, less student activity and participation in classes, social isolation, and more risk for mental health problems. For other students, slow internet connection, gadget unavailability and incompatibility, and added expenses for internet data may also be additional problems this pandemic. Also, another issue of online learning is that deadlines are sometimes extended until midnight, which may also affect the sleep schedule of students. For face-to-face learning, on the other hand, also has its advantages, which are better memory of discussions in class, immediate feedback from teachers and advisors, and more participation from students. For the disadvantages are limited flexibility with other activities, lack of recorded lectures after the end of classes, increased expenses on transportation and allowances for school materials, and the need to leave the house to attend lectures. However, if I were to choose, I would love to experience face to face learning once again after the pandemic since I really miss interacting with my classmates and my teachers. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elsa, for the question. And do we have any other questions from our participants? All right, if we don't have any more questions from our participants, let's move on to our questions from the YouTube live stream. All right, so we have our first question. In your opinion, is e-learning better in the long run, or is traditional face-to-face teaching better for the future?
I think it depends if we're if we're talking about the Philippines. The government's response currently for online learning is kind of slow, which is really bad for the Philippines. Which what will happen in the long run in e-learning is that students are going to be affected, as mentioned earlier in my study. Their mental health will be affected since their experiences during online learning is not good, and this may cause them to be burnt out in the current mode of learning. And for the face-to-face teaching, I think personally I think the the face-to-face learning before was already good enough for all of the students, except for the added expenses of traveling. Especially for me personally, I pay for fares going to school. It's like my school is like 4 hours away, so it's kind of a huge cost for me. So yeah, I can't really say which one is better. It just depends on how the situation, on how the government and schools will respond to the current problems of learning. Yes, that is all.
All right, thank you so much for the question. And do we have another question from the YouTube live? All right, so our next question is it true that procrastination is only caused by poor time management? Are there any other causes which can also lead to procrastination?
Procrastination is not only caused by poor time management. Actually, based on a literature I read, procrastination is also caused by mental health problems, like people who tend to avoid the working, or in other words procrastinating. They tend to avoid the working on their schoolwork, on their deadlines, even though if they only work on it when it's near. So that's another cause of procrastination.
All right, thank you so much. And do we have another question from our YouTube live stream? All right, our next question is, do you think authorities know about these problems in online learning? If yes, what actions have been taken to solve these problems?
Authorities are aware about these problems since they are trying their best to support the students this pandemic. Before, the Philippine government provided some of the students gadgets such as iPads to give them access to online learning more easily. However, not all students receive these gadgets, which still does not comply to the saying that no student is left behind. But for the recent months, it seems that there is no action coming from the Philippine government regarding online learning. Schools alone try to find solutions to their problems in the current situation. For for my school, PSHS EVC, students were provided new flash drives for storing learning storing learning resources and an extra allowance of 300 in Philippine peso for internet data at the beginning of the school year last year. And the guidance office at our school also provided us Google Forms wherein we can request a group or individual meetings with them when we are facing certain problems. There was also a webinar conducted last school year named hashtag Safe Together, Positive Community Building of Safe Spaces, which is about creating gender positive experiences in school. And from what I know, non-government agencies also provided our school some support for e-learning. The Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, or IEMOP, donated the school laptops, which were distributed to the students who needed new gadgets for online learning. However, until now, we are still waiting for the government to take more actions regarding the current mode of learning. So yeah, that's it for my answer.
Thank you so much. And we have a next question from the YouTube Live. All right, our next question asks, as a student, how can you help in making online learning more effective?
Thank you for that question. I think as students, there are several things that we can do to make online learning a bit easier for everyone. First, students can inform or remind their classmates or friends that are reachable regarding schoolwork that they may have missed or forgot to do. In this way, students are more aware and updated of requirements and homework that are needed to be passed on a certain deadline. Second, reaching out and checking on your relatives, friends, and even teachers may also help. Online learning is very difficult since everyone is at home and dealing with isolation. Socializing with each other through social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Telegram, Messenger, and other chatting apps may be beneficial for their mental health since they are reminded that they're not alone in this pandemic. And third, students may voice out their concerns regarding e-learning to the school authorities. In this way, um, schools hopefully may make immediate actions for the problems faced by their students. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the students of PSHS expressed their feelings and problems in social media platforms, which led to the PSHS system issuing a break for PSHS campuses. And eventually, students got the break they deserved. Hopefully, all schools would listen more to their students and take actions to solve their problems immediately. That is all.
All right, thank you so much for all the questions from the YouTube live stream, as well as to Jen for her really insightful presentation. I really got to see a glimpse of what online learning has been like for Philippine students. And now we shall welcome our last presenter of the day. Let's all welcome Pavin anak lelaki Tevinjan to give his presentation.
Hi, and thanks, Keely. I will start present my slide. Okay, can you see?
All right, we can see it now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm from SNK Bukit Mewah from Malaysia, and my title will be the cause of taking drugs and nicotine in youth. And it contains 8 and 1 all of that was what is drug, nicotine, who is getting addicted to drugs and nicotine, why and how are they getting addicted to drugs and nicotine, how are drugs and nicotine are made, what are the causes of taking drugs and nicotine, the side effects of taking drugs and nicotine, and last but not least, ways to quit drugs and nicotine. Firstly, what is drug? A drug is any substance that causes a change in an organism's psychologically and or physiology when consumed. Drugs are typically distinguished from food and substances that provide nutritional support. It can be in the food, beverages, sweets, and etc. What is nicotine? Nicotine is a chiral alkaloid that is naturally produced in the nightshade family of plants and is widely used recreationally as stimulant and anxiolytic. Has a pharma, has a pharmaceutical drug. It is used for smoking cessation to relieve withdrawal symptoms. Nicotine can be found at products such as cigarette, cigar, pipe, tobacco, chewing tobacco, and wet and dry snuff and dried leaves from the tobacco plant all contain nicotine. Electronic cigarettes do not contain dried tobacco leaves, but they may still contain nicotine. Who is getting addicted to drugs and nicotine? Teenagers are getting addicted to drugs and nicotine easily. Teenagers are getting addicted to drugs and nicotine is from their friends at outside school compound. Because usually the teenagers from the school they couldn't get addicted to the drugs and nicotine when they are inside the school. They only can get addicted while they are outside of school or somewhere else. And adults are getting addicted too, but they are not getting addicted at school. They are getting addicted at their workplace and their friends' influence. Nicotine can influence by smoking vapes, cigarettes, pipe tobacco, and etc. Why and how are they getting addicted to drugs and nicotine? Why are they getting addicted to drugs? It starts with the school students to try what drugs can make them into and go on. They went to try the drugs again and again. So they will continuously try. Wow, okay, this is nice. Let's try it again. So that they are getting addicted like that and they couldn't stop their behavior. And they are getting addicted is because of few reasons. One of the reasons is stress, depression, and less parental guidance too. How are the nicotines getting addicted? This starts like the drugs also, but the school doesn't get addict, but the students doesn't get addict from the school because nicotine can be inside vape, e-cigarette, pipe tobacco, cigarettes, and more on. So it isn't allowed to bring to school, so they got influence from outside school compound, but even other students will bring it into school without letting the teachers and prefects to realize. How are drugs and nicotine made? Drugs come in three basic forms: raw plants like cannabis, refined plants like cocaine, or synthetic like ecstasy, and new psychoactive substance called NPS. Nicotine is a chemical that contains nitrogen, which is made by several types of plants, including tobacco plant. It is also produced synthetically. Nicotine tabacum and the type of nicotine found in tobacco plants comes from the nightshade family. Nightshade family, the Solanaceae. It's like categorized by alternate leaves, usually from 5 petal flowers and many seeds, fruits, or including vegetables too. What are the causes of taking drugs and nicotine? The causes of taking drugs is damaged immune system, which increases susceptibility of infection, cardiovascular conditions, including heart attacks and collapsed veins, nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain, liver overexertion or liver failure, seizures, or and strokes, and more on. Nicotine is a dangerous and highly addictive chemical. It can cause an increase in blood pressure, heart rate, flow of blood to the heart, and a narrowing of the arteries vessels that carry blood. Nicotine may also contribute to the hardening of the arterial walls, which in turn may lead to a heart attack. Side effects of drugs and nicotine that I searched through the Google. Nicotine. Nicotine is a dangerous and highly addictive chemical. It can cause an increase in blood pressure, heart rate, flow of blood. This was the thing I was saying on the previous slide. Yeah, all this I've mentioned on the previous slide. Last but not least, this was the main thing that those who are addicted to drugs and nicotine should see first. Ways to quit from drugs and nicotine. There are 5 ways to quit drugs and nicotine, but there are more. But I will first mainly go for these 5. Firstly, we can do exercise or play sports, release natural endorphins and hormones that make your body feel good. Next, we can find new hobbies such as reading, painting, gardening, woodworking, and more on. Thirdly, we could even learn a new language. And last but not least, is volunteer around your neighborhood to help them out. But now on this situation, we couldn't go and volunteer around our neighborhood, but it's okay, we can use the other 3 ways. And lastly, don't be alone at any time. Keep yourself busy every time by doing any work or any of your school jobs. Okay, that's the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Pavin, for that presentation. And does any of our participants here have any questions for Pavin regarding his presentation? All right, if we don't have any questions for Pavin, let's move on to the questions from our YouTube live stream. All right, we have our first question from the YouTube live stream. So the question is, apart from causing short and long-term diseases, can drugs or nicotine affect a youth's puberty?
Apart from causing short and long-term diseases, as long as I know, yeah, it can, because it's also a causes and maybe I'm not sure with that, yes or no, but as I know, it will, because it's also will. I'm not like clearly how to explain about that, but as my answer, it's a yes lah for that. And I think that's all for that.
All right, thank you, Pavin. And can we have our next question, please? All right, so the next question is, if nicotine causes many negative side effects, why is it still legal to be purchased in countries like Malaysia?
I mean, that's the first reason I've taken this research for this, because I've seen many many places at Malaysia, they are selling these nicotines. But I'm not sure why the governments are not taking any actions with this. I mean, we all know that they are aware from these causes all. But now now this is my research because I think most of the students, everyone are addicted to nicotine salt. So that's the thing. So I hope any of them see this research and realizes. So then I hope Malaysia stops this nicotine, stops to sell this.
All right, thank you so much for that question. And do we have another question from our YouTube Live? All right, our next question is, do you think campaigns held by schools are effective in preventing the use of drugs and nicotine?
Yeah, it will be effective. And they could be using the examples like I have seen the campaign at my primary school also. Because on our schools, they will have a every year campaign, and they will having a they will bring students to a place, and there was the thing. They have all the they have all statues says what are the causes, what are side effects. So from there we knows what are the so then we knows that the drugs and nicotines are bad for the health. So I hope all the schools make this for all the schools will make a campaign for prevent the use of drugs. I hope the other countries also have this.
All right, thank you so much for that question. And do we have another question from the YouTube Live? All right, our next question asks, why do you think it is so easy for minors to get their hands on these type of substances? What could be done to change this?
Yeah, I've said this about on my slides. They are getting addicted because they have a less parental guidance, stress, friends, bad influence, and more on. If they want to quit, they may go and how do I say that? They may find new hobbies because every I mean every human have a hobby in them. If they want to get out from the drugs and nicotine, they could find a new hobbies in them, or even they could learn a extra language. Because on my free time also, I've learned extra language, and I was going for Chinese school also. So now, so then it will be helpful, and we can easily quit from the drugs and nicotine.
All right, do we have another question from our YouTube Live? All right, that's all the questions. Thank you again, Pavin, for that presentation. And now our first forum of SAEYLS 2021 has come to an end. First and foremost, I would like to thank all our panelists here for providing their insightful views on the topic youth, health, and wellness. Thank you also to everyone in our YouTube live stream that attended as well as participated in this forum. We really hope that it has been beneficial to you in some way or another. And we really hope to see you in our next session tomorrow, the environment of the future, as well as education then and now. Till then, stay safe and take care. Bye.